Huh? Yeah, 1, 2. All right.
Band, and already you can see the schools are already lined in alphabetical order, and I'll give you a rundown of the schools. And it's at Barody Secondary, number 2, Beckwith Seventh-day Adventist, number 4, Bethel High, number 5, Bishop College Kingston, number 7, Buckerman Bay Secondary, number 26, Canawan Secondary, number 31, Dr. J.P. Eustace Memorial, number 9, George Stevens Secondary, number 30, Georgetown Secondary, number 6, Girls High School, number 11, Intermediate High School, number 12, North Union Secondary, number 15, Pettibodale Secondary, number 16, Sandy Bay Secondary, number 28, St. Clair Deacon Secondary, number 8, St. Joseph Convent Kingstowns, number 17, St. Joseph Convent Mariacourt, number 13, St. Martin Secondary School, number 18, St. Vincent Grammar School, 19, Thomas Saunders Secondary, 29, Trumbull Ontario Secondary, number 21, Union Island, 22, West St. George, number 20.
K2, please.
So they are led by the Royal St. Vincent and the Grenadines Police Band. There on our screen you can see Canawan Secondary, and followed by the Georgetown Secondary. And the stage is all set for this grand opening, followed by the various activities. And following the march past, there will be the prayer, remarks by the chairman, welcome remarks by the permanent secretary, the Ministry of Public Service, Consumer Affairs and Sport, Mr. Raymond Ryan. Then we will have the athletes oath, and then the officials oath, and you have remarks from the Honorable Frederick Stevenson, Minister of Public Service, Consumer Affairs and Sports. Remarks from the Honorable Prime Minister, and the declaration of the sport here by Honorable Curtis King, Minister of Education. So that's the program for the opening ceremony. Following that, we'll have the various athletics meet, and we'll give you that in due course. So we are now witnessing the march past of the various secondary schools.
Come on in. Ricky Joseph. Keep it.
Canawan New Secondary Schools, the Canawan Secondary School. First day in the competition.
Hey! What on the stage are you? Stadium are you?
The neon colors of the Georgetown Secondary School. they are the gladiators.
See on our screen the Thomas Saunders Secondary School, and all well uniformed, and their mascot leading.
And they are back with the band, the Girls High School. They are serious about their marching, yeah. Standing tall. And Joseph Butler. They have Kingstown. They have Marriott. St. Martin's Secondary School.
Mike.
The St. Vincent Grammar School. That's the Sandy Bay. And the Thomas Saunders Secondary School. A force to be reckoned with the Chumaka Ontario Secondary School. And the first team to bring in all the tracksuits and all the fanfare, Union Island Secondary School. George Stevens Secondary School. And our technical officials, most of whom come from the Division of Sport, give them a round of applause. They've done excellent work.
BEACHE.
Put your hands together for the police force band and, of course, our participating teams for today. We now invoke the Lord's presence, Mr. Brian Burke.
Heavenly Father, Supreme and sovereign God, we bow in your presence this morning, God, and we give you glory, we give you praise. We thank you for today. This is a day that you have made, and we shall rejoice and be glad in it. God, we thank you for the abilities that you have given to these athletes so that they can compete here today. And God, we pray today, God, that you'll protect them from accidents, from mishaps, from injuries. And we pray, oh God, that each athlete would display what it means to be a good sportsman. And God, we pray at the end, sports would win. And God, we give you all the glory, we give you all the praise in Jesus' name.
Thank you. Could you please all stand for the national anthem? Her Excellency, Governor General Dame Susan Duggan, Minister of the Public Service, Consumer Affairs and Sports, Honorable Frederick Stevenson, the Minister of Education and National Reconciliation, Honorable Curtis King, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of the Public Service, Consumer Affairs and Sports, Raymond Ryan, Director of Sport, Nelson Hillocks, officials of both the Ministries of Sport, the Ministry of Education, other government officials, representative of the National Lotteries Authority, our title sponsor, the media, friends, well-wishers all. Today is indeed a very special day as we come to witness yet again for the second time on this remarkable facility the Intersecondary Schools Athletics Championships. We now invite Mr. Nelson Hillocks to bid you official welcome on behalf of the Ministry of Sport.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will beg to adopt the protocol as it was excellently established and wish all a sporting morning. On behalf of the Honorable Minister Frederick Stevenson and the entire Ministry of the Public Service, Consumer Affairs and Sports, I want to welcome you to the 57th edition of Inter-School Sports in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Today will be an excellent day with the help of the Almighty. And we hope that we are doing our best to ensure that you have an excellent day. We know we will not get everything right, and we are don't expecting perfection to be the enemy of the good. We all can fix any small issues here today. We are intelligent enough, we are competent enough to sort out any small issues here today in the interest of athletics and the students in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Welcome to all the officials, to all the schools. And from this end, I must say thank you very much to the National Lotteries Authority. And we need to put our hands together for them, because they are really contributing significantly to this mega event. We also want to put your hands together for team athletics. They are providing administrative and technical help. Their president, leader for excellence in the region, is heading the subcommittee, and Morgan is here working tremendous with us, and Phil Cole, so we are grateful for their contribution. To all the schools, all the principals, all the parents, we know sometimes we ask you to do a lot, and you don't murmur. So we want to say thanks and welcome. And today, we will culminate an excellent day. Thanks to the Royal St. Vincent and Grenadines Police Force Band and the securities that will be here. And today, ladies and gentlemen, all who are present here, I am a very elated individual to be leading this competent team who will be officiating today. They will make mistakes, but forgive them. We are professional. Those volunteers and forces from the division, please help me to say thanks to them by giving them a round of applause. Thank you very much, members from the staff. Thanks to one and all. Today, we are going to have a mega day. And we could say, as we said last year, we are back. We are back. We are back. Tell COVID, go. We're going to mash up this track here today and enjoy yourself. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hillocks. I now invite the Honorable Minister with responsibility for the Public Service, Consumer Affairs and Sports, the Honorable Frederick Stevenson, to address you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Master of Ceremonies, Your Excellency, the Governor General of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Dame Susan Duggan, the Minister of Education, National Reconciliation, the Honorable Curtis King, Permanent Secretary Ryan of the Public Service, and other permanent secretaries who are here this morning, other senior officials from the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of the Public Service, friends and well-wishers, parents and guardians, members of the media, and more importantly, you, the athletes who are here participating today in this, the second year of Inter-Secondary Athletics Championship here at the St. Vincent Beach Athletic Stadium at Diamond. A very pleasant good morning. I'm indeed very delighted to be here this morning with you. I witnessed some of the heats over the last couple of weeks, and I see very, very serious athletes who have participated in those heats and who would be taking part in the finals today. All of you are excellent athletes, and I want you to put your hands together for yourselves this morning. Like I said yesterday, the athletes cannot do it by themselves, but they have coaches and they have the parents and the support staff. And I want the support staff this morning to put your hands together for yourselves also, and together for the athletes whom you have trained over the last couple of weeks and months. It's a beautiful day today here at Diamond. And I know the competition is stiff. I know the throttles would be pulled out because every school wants to win. And that's what competition is all about. We have seen quite a number of records being broken in the heats, and I look forward to see more records being broken here today. We want to ensure that as we continue to develop this athletics track here at Diamond, a number of other facilities would be put in place. We should not have been under these National Lotteries tents today, but we are grateful for the National Lotteries Authority for the tremendous support that they have put into the sports here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Yesterday for the primary schools and today for the secondary schools. The National Lotteries Authority will be spending close to $500,000 for these sports. And again, we want us to put our hands together for the National Lotteries Authority. All the other corporate sponsors who have come on board with the Ministry of the Public Service, Consumer Affairs and Sports, I want to say thank you very much. We're grateful for the Royal St. Vincent and the Grenadines Police Force, for their traffic officers on duty, ensuring that the traffic is safe for today, and the other officers would seek to protect us as we are here this morning, and put your hands together for the Royal St. Vincent and the Grenadines Police Force Band. I look forward to an excellent day of competition here today, and may the best team win. Thank you very much, and God bless us all.
Thank you very much, Minister Stevenson. We now invite Ms. Raphael Lane of the St. Joseph Convent, Kingstown, to deliver the athlete's oath.
Good morning. In the name of our competitors, I promise that we shall take part in these games, respecting and abiding by the rules which govern them, in the true spirit of sportsmanship, for the glory of sports and the honor of our teams. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Raphael, St. Joseph Convent. And now, Javid Marksman will speak the official's oath on behalf of all officials.
In the name of all officials, I pledge that we will officiate these games impartially and apply the rules which govern them in the true spirit of sportsmanship, for the glory of the sport.
Thank you very much, Mr. Marksman. It is our pleasure now to invite the Honorable Minister of Education and National Reconciliation, Curtis King, to address you and officially declare today's games open.
Thank you very much, Mr. Joseph. Her Excellency, Dame Susan Duggan, Minister with responsibility for sports, the Honorable Frederick Stevenson, Permanent Secretary in that ministry, Mr. Raymond Ryan, officials, the Director of Sports, Mr. Nelson Hillocks, officials from the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Sports, members of the Diplomatic Corps, representatives from Team SVG, the main sponsors, or I should say the title sponsor, representative from the NLA, and of course the various sponsors who are responsible for turning out the schools, parents, guardians, officials, members of the media, and most importantly, the athletes, a pleasant good morning. And you need to put your hands together for all of the athletes who are here today. After several rounds of heats, where I was told over 1,300 athletes from the various secondary schools participated, we are down to the finals. And I know, given what we have seen in the past. We are going to have a great day here today with very keen competition, and we all look forward to it. Quickly, these inter-secondary school championships started as early as 1966, and today, some 57 years after, we are still at it. I hope come next year, when we have our programs in our hand, we will see on these programs the edition that we are celebrating or hosting. So we have to work on that. Team SVG, Ministry of Education, and Ministry of Sports. But before I declare the sports open, I want to specially recognize two outstanding coaches who have basically given it their all over the years. And I thought it necessary this morning to do so. First, I speak of Godfrey Fuzzy Harry of the Thomas Saunders Secondary School. He is the only coach on record that has won the inter-secondary school sports at two different schools. And to show the strength and character and commitment of the man, he didn't do it once, he did it twice. So he won with the J.P. Eustace Memorial Secondary and with the Thomas Saunders Secondary. And the other coach is Mr. Ralston Morgan of the St. Vincent Grammar School. And Mr. Morgan as coach has recorded the longest sequence of wins, having done so on 8 consecutive occasions. I just thought that it is necessary that we put our hands together for these outstanding individuals. And with all that said, and I know you're ready for action, I say to you, and I want to hear your response. Let's get ready to rumble! And they're supposed to bring me an instrument. Oh, okay, good. So let us get started. So they say how to put it down. All right. Thank you very much. And may the best team wins. Put your hands together again for all the athletes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Minister King. Remember, Minister King is a historian. And one of his subject areas in the recent past, even before he became a minister, was to look into the history of the inter-secondary schools championships as well as the history of the grammar schools championships. So trust him when he tells us that we are 57 years old. Ladies and gentlemen, we move off to the strains of the music of the Royal St. Vincent and the Grenadines Police Force Band.
And very soon after, we are going to be fully engaged in
And as the teams move off, we are asking you to please send the winners of events that took place before today's finals. Please have them report to the podium as quickly as possible. Athletes who would have won events prior to today, your medal ceremonies will begin immediately. Girls under 23,000 meters, Kessie Ann John, Zakisha Kelly, Gabrielle Arrington. Girls 11 to 13 long jump, Jonique Ford, Tene Folk Brown, Lane. Girls 14 to 16 long jump intermediate, Shaquania Jacobs, Zakisha Kelly, Renee Brown. Girls 11 to 13 high jump, juniors, Ariana Miller, Tene Brown, Leonie Lorraine. High jump girls intermediate, Alika Smith, Kenisha Richards, Zakisha Kelly. Intermediate triple jump, Alia McDowell, Kiana Bailey, Missy Joseph. Girls senior triple jump, Samaya Connell, Amala Richards, Amala Edwards. Iana Horn. Girls Shot Put Juniors, Tashanique Francis, Kishana Hathaway, Shania Peters. Girls Shot Put Intermediate, Anassa Henry, Kenaya Stapleton, Kalisha Bowens. Under 20 Shot Put, Samaya Connell, Daniela Crease, Teresia Bushe. Girls Discus Throw Juniors, Tashanique Francis, Desia Hooper, Aleke Spencer. Girls Discus Throw Intermediate, Anassa Henry, Junior John, Jashanique Williams. Senior Girls Discus, Samaya Connell, Kylie Phillips, and Nikayla Griffith. The boys, 5,000 meters, seniors, Zachary Hepburn, Kenrick Francois, DeAndre Oliver. Boys Long Jump Juniors, Kevin Williams, Glemroy Batiste, Jason Young. Boys Long Jump Seniors, Keshawn Baines, Matthew Robinson, Dwell Francis. High Jump Juniors, Evonte Nemblet, Kamal Chambers, Jermaine Oliver. Intermediate High Jump Boys, Javier Cato, Tyler Lewis, Chris Oliver. Boys Triple Jump Intermediate, Javier Cato, Jonathan Medford, Sean Henry. Triple Jump Seniors, Jolano McDonald, Matthew Robinson, Dwell Francis. Junior Shot Put, Kalik Peterson, Josh Batiste, Teshawn Oliver. Shot Put Seniors, Jolano McDonald, Ricardo Williams, Jovel Morgan. Under 14 Junior Discus Throw, Ethan DeFreitas, Jomaine Oliver, Aiden Oliver. Intermediate Discus, Jano Francis, Winnell Lewis, Marlon Scott. Discus Throw Seniors, Jolano Williams, Jolano McDonald, Ricardo Williams, Brandon Stevens. The competition program begins immediately with the girls under 20 high jump, the boys intermediate shot put, and the long jump senior girls. Competitors for the 1,000 meters, 1,500 meters, please report to the call room immediately. All athletes who have won medals prior to the competition, your award ceremonies will begin immediately.
Testing for. All right, can we have the presenters for the first set of awards, please? Can you please make your way to the medal area? We want to go smoothly this morning. Paging Mr. Rouse.
Welcome back to the Sir Vincent Beach National Stadium here at Diamond. Lovely day, the sun not yet out in all its splendor. Good breeze blowing across the ground, and from what we experienced yesterday. And there's the medal awards ceremony for events that took place prior to today. And following this activity, simultaneously we're going to have the girls high jump seniors under 20, so too the boys under 17 shot put intermediate boys, and the girls under 20.
Presentations of the first set of awards on the day of the heats. We're starting with the girls 20 and under 3,000 meter open. In third position from the North Union Secondary School, Gabrielle Arrington. Please give our athletes a round of applause. Second, Zakisha Kelly from the Tuamaka, Ontario Secondary. And equaling the record she set in 2022. Gold goes to Christiana John from the Barley Secondary School. And those are your top three for the girls 20 and under 3,000 meter open. Give them a round of applause, everybody. We go next to the girls 11 to 13 long jump junior. Third position, Kimia Lane from the girls high school. She would have jumped 3.84 meters. Second, Tanae Brown of the Thomas Saunders Secondary School with a 4.05 meters. And taking the top spot, Janique Ford of the Girls High School, 4.16 meters. The winners for the girls long jump junior. Next we go to the intermediate division of the girls 14 to 16. In third place, Raina Brown of the Girls High School with a jump of 4.54 meters. Second, Zakisha Kelly from the Tuamaka, Ontario Secondary, 4.78 meters. And Shaquania Jacobs of the Thomas Saunders Secondary School taking gold with 5.01 meters. We go now to the girls high jump. That's your intermediate top three. Then we go to the girls high jump juniors. Taking bronze from the Georgetown Secondary School, Leonette Lorraine with a height of 1.25 meters. In a second position, Thomas Saunders Secondary School, Tanae Brown, a height of 1.30 meters. And taking gold from the Barley Secondary School, Ariana Miller, height of 1.30 meters as well. And that's the top three for your high jump juniors. We go to the intermediate, same event, a high jump. The Zakisha Kelly from the Tuamaka, Ontario Secondary School, a height of 1.40 meters. Second, Kanisha Richards of the Barley Secondary School with a height of 1.45 meters. And taking gold from the Pittsburgh Secondary School, Alika Smith, a height of 1.47 meters. And that's your top three for the high jump intermediate girls. We go to the triple jump intermediate. And taking the third position, Thomas Saunders Secondary, Nisi Joseph. She jumped a height of 9.41 meters, a length rather. Second, Kiana Bailey from the Girls High School. 9.62 meters was her jump. And taking gold from the Barley Secondary School, Aaliyah McDowell with her 10.3 meter jump. That's your top three for the triple jump intermediate. We go to the triple jump seniors. Third from the Peter Secondary, Iana Horn with 9.27 meters. Then the St. Joseph Convent Kingstown takes second with Amia Edward, 10.6 meters. And Samaya Connell jumping her way to gold, 10.77 meters. That's your top three for the senior triple jump. We go to the shot put juniors. Third is Shania Peters of the Barley Secondary School. Kishana Hadaway of the Dr. J.P. Eustace Memorial in second with a height of 7.57 meters. Distance, rather. That is your third, Shania Peters from the Barley Secondary School. Kishana Hadaway, Dr. J.P. Eustace, the distance of 7.57 meters. And taking gold from the Barley Secondary School to Shanique Francis, the distance of 7.83 meters. Shot put intermediate. Barley. Third is from the Bookermet Bay Secondary School, Kalisha Bowens, 8.24 meters. Second, Kenya Stapleton of the Tuamaca, Ontario Secondary with her distance of 8.31 meters. And Anassa Henry from the Girls High School, and she threw herself to gold at 9.38 meters. Now we go to the shot put seniors. Taking gold from the Bookerman Bay Secondary, Teresia Boucher. She threw 8.86 meters. Silver goes to Danelia Crease from the Tuamaca, Ontario Secondary School. 9.23 meters. And taking gold again, Sanaya Connell of the Georgetown Secondary School. This time with shot put seniors, 9.31 meters. Discus throw juniors, that's our next event. In third, Aliki Spencer from the Girls High School. 17.07 meters was her throw. Second, Dazia Hooper of the Pittsburgh Secondary School. 18.81 meters. And taking gold from the Barley Secondary School, Tashanique Francis. 19.45 meters. And these presentations are going to be done by the Minister of Education. I want to thank the Minister of Sports, Mr. Frederick Stevenson, for giving out our first set of awards. Discus Intermediate. Bronze, Jessenique Williams, Barley Secondary School, 23.76 meters. Jania John from Barley Secondary, again taking second position, 23.77 meters. And gold was thrown by Anessa Henry of the Girls High School, 26.88 meters. That's your top 3 for the discus throw intermediate. And we go to the discus throw seniors. 3rd, Barody Secondary School, Nikayla Griffith, 24.04 meters. 2nd, Kylie Phillips, Thomas Saunders Secondary, 26.13 meters. And dominating in all our events, gold again for Samaya Connell of the Georgetown Secondary School, 28.88 meters. We head over to the boys' air events. Boys 20 and under, 5,000 meter run. DeAndre Oliver in 3rd for the Petit Bodel Secondary School. Time of 17:53.29. In 2nd, Henrique Francois of the Chouamacor Ontario Secondary, 17.4854. And taking gold from the Barley Secondary School, Zitri Hepburn, 17.1176. Then we go to the long. So that's your top 3 5,000 meter boys, 20 and under. Now we go to the junior boys long jump. Third, Josane Young, Georgetown Secondary School. Second, from Bethel High School, Glenroy Batiste. 5:03 was third, 5:16 meters was the boys. And taking gold from the St. Martin Secondary School, Kevin Williams, 5.35 meters. That's the long jump juniors. Oh, top 3. Long jump seniors. Third, Dale Francis, or DeWill Francis of the Barody Secondary School with a jump of 6.39 meters. Taking silver, Matthew Robinson of the St. Vincent Grammar School, 6.50 meters. And from the Thomas Saunders Secondary School, Kashane Baines jumping his way to gold, 6.52 meters. All right, and we go to high jump junior. From the St. Vincent Grammar School, Jermaine Oliver, 3rd, 1.45. Second, from the West St. George Secondary, Kamal Chambers, 1.55 meters. And taking gold from the St. Vincent Grammar Schools, Yvonne Nimlet, 1.60 meters. All right, so that's gold, Evante Himlet. And that's your high jump juniors. We go to the high jump intermediate. And this was a record-breaking event. In 3rd, Chris Oliver from the West St. George. 2nd was Tyler Lewis, also of the West St. George Secondary. And setting a new record, Javier Cato of the Thomas Saunders Secondary School, 1.90 meters. Triple jump intermediate, Sean Henry, St. Vincent Grammar School, 12.61. Jonathan Medford, St. Vincent Grammar School, 12.68. And taking gold, Javier Cato Thomas Saunders Secondary School, 13.10. That's your top three. And now we go to the Triple Jump Senior. From the Barley Secondary School, D.L. Francis, 13.11. From the St. Vincent Grammar School, Matthew Robinson, 13.14. And from the St. Martin Secondary School, Jelano McDonald, 13.21. That's your top three for the Triple Jump Senior. For the Shot Put Junior, we go to the next event. Third place to Sean Oliver, St. Vincent Grammar School, 8.05 meters. Second, Josh Batiste, St. Martin Secondary School, 8.63 meters. And first, from the St. Vincent Grammar School, Kalik Peterson, 9.32 meters. We move to the Shot Put Senior. Taking the bronze from the St. Martin Secondary School, Javel Morgan. Second, Ricardo Williams from the Barley Secondary School, 10.98. And taking gold from the St. Martin Secondary School, Jelana McDonald, 11.03 meters. All right, we go to the Discus Junior. From the Barley Secondary School, Aidan Oliver, 22.98 meters. Second, Jermaine Oliver, St. Vincent Grammar School, 24.62 meters. And taking gold from the Thomas Salmon Secondary School, Elaine Ethan de Freitas, 25.14. We move to the intermediate discus throw, St. Martin's. That's your top three for the discus junior. Now we go to the intermediate. Marlon Scott, St. Martin Secondary School, third, 30.81 was his distance. Second, Bardi Secondary School, Winnell Lewis, 31.92. And first, Barley Secondary School, Jano Francis, 35.52 meters. And our final presentation for this morning, Discus Throw Senior. It's Brandon Stevens, Georgetown Secondary School, 31.84 meters. Second, Bardi Secondary School, Ricardo Williams, 31.95 meters. And our senior champion, dominating again, Jelano McDonald, St. Martin Secondary School, 33.51 meters. And that's your discus seniors, and we end our first round of medal presentations, all the events that took place on the day of the heats. Give them a round of applause as we get into our first event for this morning.
So welcome back to the Sir Vincent Beach National Stadium, where we are just about getting ready for action under cool conditions. Very strong wind blowing across the ground. And with me is my colleague, Latifa Noel. Welcome, Latifa.
Good morning, everyone. It looks like it's starting to brighten up, Charlo. Weather's looking good, and I'm quite excited.
Right, so you're looking forward for the activities, and very soon we are going to be up and running. Already we can see the girls 11 to 13, that's the under 15 1,000 meters to start.
1,000 meters, that's junior girls. The competitors, Keisha Patterson from Fontaine.
I know.
Collins, Central. CSS, sorry. In third athlete, Elrica Francois of PBSS. Then in fourth, we have Haley Thomas of Beckway Community High. Gabrielle Arrington of North Union. Aya Stapleton of BSS, that's Barley. Anella Warner, also of BSS. Makeda Nanton of George Stevens. Freya Framingham of Girls High School. Naila Chandler of West St. George. Rachel Mitchell of CSS. And Abigail Williams of Emmanuel High, Mespo. So in this event, we have two athletes from the Canaan Secondary School, Sophia Collins and Rachel Mitchell.
Simone. Lap counter. Lap counter.
So there it is, the starting lineup for the girls 11 to 13 juniors. Then Girls High School, West St. George, Petitpanel, Shomoka, Kanawan, Emmanuel High, Mesco. So 12 athletes lined up in this encounter. Barely Secondary, as long as Georgetown Secondary also in that grouping, and they're off and running the 1,000 meters.
Junior girls.
Going along rather smoothly.
This is the 400 meter track, so it has 2 laps and 200 meters. The first lap, they have 2 laps left.
As they come around here, you see the athletes making their first 200 meters, now just about 300 meters completed. A changing of positions there. It looks like the competitor from the Barley Secondary School at present. Pulling away from this group. Please give your support to the athletes. They need as much help as they can get as they come around. Give them some encouragement. This is Barley Secondary School. Aya Stapleton. Aya Stapleton of the Barley Secondary School. She has 300 meters to go. The others are beginning to try to make a difference. The athletes from the other athlete from the Barley Secondary School has now gone into second position. They tried to make this a 1-2. There is the girl from Georgetown Secondary School who is just about making her move as well as Makeda Nanton. She has gone into second position with just about 200 meters left. We still have in the lead Aya Stapleton. Aya Stapleton, she's put on a second pair of heels here. And let's see what's going to happen here. She comes into the home straight all by herself. She's going to make this very easily. Give her the support that she needs to come home. Very good way to start the competition today. Here Stapleton is going to be a battle for the second position, but Stapleton had this one quite easily. Stapleton is going to win this one very easily as they come up here. It is the girls' high school battling here for second. What's going to happen at the finish line? Yes, and she holds on very close between the girls' high school and, of course, the representative from the Georgetown Secondary School. Canoan finishing there, Canoan Secondary. The second barrier Lee athlete has a bit of a bother. We have refreshments being offered for electrolyte drinks being offered for the athletes after the event, those in need, offered by Korea's Distributors Limited. The distribution section of Korea's, as they come to finish, we have Red Cross on hand, quite a few of them here to assist the athletes who have challenges. On the track, we have the competitors for the 1,000 meters junior boys. Kamal Glasgow, St. Martin's Secondary. Shad Hooper, Trumacao, Ontario. Cal J. Jordan, Piribadel. Evonte Nimblet, St. Vincent Grammar School. Akeem Sam, North Union Secondary. Kafani Clasp, who had the fastest run in the heats from St. Martin's Secondary School, comes next. Lil Joshua Butcher of Bookerman Bay. Josiah Roberts of the Sandy Bay Secondary. Josari Franklin of the Trumacao, Ontario. Reggie Barber of the Barley Secondary. TJ Gregg of Beckwith Community High. And Rohan Lett of the Georgetown Secondary. And we're getting ready for the boys shot put intermediate as well. Please report, shot put. Appeal to the call room for the shot putters.
So there we have it. The Barley Secondary School in first position. In second position, the Girls High School. And in third position, the Georgetown Secondary. Now we are going to the boys, the junior boys, 1,000 meters.
That's the start of the 1,500 meter boys.
So they're off and running. Ready, we can see the going around the bend. Georgetown on the front. So too is Dr. J.P. Eustace Emmanuel, Kingston rather. And keeping a tight bunch. St. Martin's Secondary inside that mix.
Alternate on the outside is not moving into second position. A bit of adjustment here in this junior. Again, the athlete from St. Martin still seems to be holding on a little bit in the back. He did his fastest time in the heat. 600 meters left in this one. Red cross on the back straight. Red cross, please. Give response from the red cross.
There goes the bell for the final lap. And it's still Dr. J.P. Eustace, Buckerman Secondary. And you can see Thomas Saunders making that move.
He probably thought that's the end of your race. Wait, what? He stopped.
100 meters left in this one.
In fact,
got tricked.
Students of Bethel High slowed as they just go past us.
From the Sandy Bay Secondary, that is Josiah Roberts. Josiah Roberts of Sandy Bay now in the lead. The Buckerman Bay, Joshua Butcher
second.
in third, but it is Schumacher, Ontario. Sandy Bay that are currently jostling for positions. Coming up on 200 meters to go. And then again, the little man in third from Buckerman Bay coming around on the outside. Let's see what's going to happen here. The top two are moving away from the rest of the group as they come with 150 meters left to go in this one. As they come around, it's a tussle between first and second here. The little man on the outside from the Buckerman Bay Secondary doesn't seem to be giving up as they come down to the straight. It's a ding-dong battle between these two. But Buckerman Bay Secondary is going to win this one quite easily. Buckerman Bay Secondary, that's the athlete, little Joshua Butcher, winning this one there. Little Joshua Butcher of Buckerman Bay Secondary, emerging victorious in the 1,000 meters junior boys.
So that's the completion of the junior boys 1,000 meters. Buckerman Bay Secondary taking it. Thomas Saunders in second position, and the Schumacher, Sandy Bay taking the third.
Sandy in second.
Spot. So we now move to the 1,500 girls under 17 intermediate, and very soon you will have the starting lineup for this. Some 12 athletes in this category. That's the West St. George Secondary in that category. Dr. J.P. Eustace. There's as we battle the St. Clair Dakin Secondary. George Stevens Secondary. Bishop College Kingston, Barley Secondary, Bookerman Bay Secondary, Thomas Saunders Secondary, Barley Secondary is still in there. So too is Thomas Saunders. They have doubled up West St. George and the Sandy Bay Secondary schools. That's the starting lineup for the intermediate girls. Okay.
The official results for the 1,000 meter junior girls.
Who you want, me or
in third position,
Latifa?
Makeda Nanton of the Georgetown Secondary School with a time of 3:32.63. Second position, Freya Cunningham of the Girls High School with a number 3:32.34. And the winner in a new record time of
And we are here with the winner of the 1,000 meter junior girls. All right, tell me your name and what school you're from.
My name is Aya Simpson. I am from Barry Secondary School.
Alrighty, now that 1,000 meter is no joke. If I'm being quite honest, I couldn't do it. So what kind of consistency does it take to do a run like that? Like, what's your training like? Tell me.
I'm gonna just get back. Oh, it's bad, and he does the hard way, 15 laps around the park, and he does like lift 50.
That sounds intense, man. Your coach is Chester Morgan. Yes. All right, big up to Chester Morgan. Is there anybody that you want to shout out before you go?
Don't have to. That's the intermediate and senior.
All right, congratulations on your big win. All right, let's head back to the races.
Also, we
that's the interview there with the winner. So in first place, we now have on the screen the girls intermediate, 1,500 meters, and the various competing schools. That's the starting lineup, and it's the girl intermediate.
300 meters. 1,500 meters. Competitors in this event: Kieran Matthews, Vincent George, Erisha Stevenson, J.P. Eustace, Ebony Manton, Calissa Neptune, Georgetown Secondary, Casey Robinson, Bishop's College, Kessiana John Barrelly, Kelisha Bowens, Bookerman Bay, Zekisha Kelly, Trumoka, Ontario, Afia Thomas Barrelly, Leila Carter, Trumoka, Ontario, Alrika Miller, Western George, Nevia Caesar, Sandy Bay Secondary. Ebony Nanton is from the Sinclair Dakin Secondary.
Let them go in that. And there are chairs up there. These are for the doctors and nurses. Yes.
And that's the start of the girls 1500 meters, 3 laps, 300 meters.
Go there. Chumaka, Ontario, out front, followed by the. All right.
Already these two athletes familiar with each other. They have been going that way for some time. That is Kessie and John of Parley Secondary. Georgetown.
So there it is that there's Chumaka, Barley, neck and neck, really striding there. Some 3 laps, Wallace, along with 300 meters. And it's going to be very interesting to see how they approach this and how they're going to finish.
Yes. What I find very strange with the Chumaka athlete is that she's running so far from the curb so that the athletes could even take her, pass her on the inside. Yes, but she now seems to be recovering from that. Yeah.
The strides look very good, and she still looks very strong. And we really wait to see because there's still some distance to go.
Yes. And if my memory serves me right, I think she is one of the junior character selectees for this year, and I think she'll be doing the heptathlon. Yes,
So it's Chumaka, followed by Barley Secondary. Then you have the Georgetown Secondary. That's the number 6. Then come back to in that 4th position another student from the Barley Secondary. So I think there's still a lap to go. Riding rather smoothly, but she's already looking over her shoulders. I think still early days yet.
Right, that's normally a sign of fatigue. Yes. And there she is, hand on hip, you know.
There we can see Barley now moving ahead as they go along on that eastern side. But she's not going to give up. So they are jostling for position. Again, the hands on the hip. So it's Chumaka and Barley out front. Here they come. Again, that hand going to the hip. As they turn, she continues to glance over her shoulders, just pulling away a bit. But as they turn on the final bend, still looking back.
You see how far outside the lane she's running, right?
On the inside. But very so often you see the hands going to the hip. She continues to look back, hands on hip. There goes the bell for the final lap. And Barley is now making the move as she eases ahead. So they go past us for the first time as they head for home. Still striding. Again the hand goes to the hip. Again she goes very wide on the curb. She's coming back, easing her way back to the front, but the Barley student is still there, not giving up. And this is going to be a tight finish. I'm anticipating that tight finish.
Yes, it's going to be tight. But it seems as if it's just one race we have in the front, and there's a next race somewhere in the back. Yes.
So we can see that. I think the student from Barley there just show as if there was a sign of tiredness, but she comes inside the corner as they stride for home. Barley striding, turn on the curb. This is going to be interesting going into that final couple of 100 meters. Barely now begin to lengthen those strides. Chomoka stretching away. The tussle is on. Energy coming. Barely is still there. But Chomoka pulls away. And we can see the student from Barley apparently pulling up and just exhausting, crossing the line now in second position.
She just had no response.
And
no response to
comes
the
Georgetown Secondary in third position, and in fourth the Buckerman Bay Secondary. These are the top four. The others are trailing some distance behind.
Yeah, that race was simply a war of attrition. And in the end we saw the lady from Chomoka showing her class and stamina work, you know.
She really stuck to it. There's areas when you can see that fatigue, the hands going to the hip, but she never gave up.
Never gave up.
And then in the final straight, really pulling the choke, so to speak, and made it to the top. So that's Chomoka Secondary, and following this would be the intermediate boys 1500 meters. So again, it's going to be some keen competition.
Yes, as we said yesterday, Charlo, it's going to be a battle royal.
And we anticipate that, definitely, that battle for supremacy, and I think the competition will be much keener among the boys.
Leonard Adams, who founder of the National Olympic Committee, the medical doctor, president of the Athletic Association for many years, now turned photographer. Always welcome, Leonard.
So already we can see the boys for this event.
Intermediate boys. Henrik Francois from Toronto, Ontario. Sion Nash, Kitty Bedell. Israel Cumberbatch, St. Vincent Grammar School. Terence Olivier, Memphis Seventh-day Adventist. Sean Kane, Bethel High School. Stephen Patterson, Barley Secondary. Warren Matthews, St. Martin's. Lejani Scott.
They're off and running.
Joshua Prescott, St. Martin's. Zahid Michael, St. Vincent Grammar School. Benroy Lane.
So they are all bunched together.
Christian George, North Union. 1500 meters, this is the intermediate.
Looking very smart, very casual. There's that stride. You see Bethel High School. North Union out front. There is the Bethel High School. So to Barley Secondary. Certainly going at a good pace, Wallace. And it will be very interesting to see if they can maintain that pace right throughout the 1500 meters.
Yes, that's something we got to look for.
That is Christian George. Now we see in the lead from the Bethel High School, that is Sean Kane.
So Bethel High School out front. North Union in second position. Barley third. Grammar School is there. So two is Emmanuel High School, Messville, number 10.
Sean Kane. When he gets here, he'll have 2 laps to go. Seems to be running well within himself.
Still going along rather smoothly. So Bethel some distance ahead, and the remaining pack bunched together. So it's Bethel.
So it is still in third position. We have the athlete from St. Martin, that is Rowan Matthews. Now being challenged. He coming up on 6.
Bethel still leading. Here comes Grammar School, and the two athletes from Grammar School keeping very close together.
They're closing the gap now on Sean Kane.
St. Martin's on the outside of the grammar school.
So this is a competition, Grammar School, as they come around the bend into the straight. It's Grammar School. There goes the bell. There's still one lap to go. Grammar School in the lead. St. Martin is there. Bethel High School. So Grammar School in fourth position. Striding rather nicely. And Mespo Emmanuel in fifth position. So it's Grammar School, St. Martin. So this is a rivalry.
Yes. And
Grammar School, Israel
if you notice, there are the schools that
in second
are
position at
contending
this point. That looks like Roman Matthews of St.
Martin. Find
As
themselves
they go
right
down,
now.
just about 250 meters left. Again, we're going to have a tight one.
So it's
here.
Grammar School, number 9, Dr. J.P. Eustace.
200 meters left in this one.
And they're number 29, St. Martin.
These two have gone clear. As they come around the bottom.
St. Martin coming through. Grammar School, St. Martin. As they turn into the final straight. This is going to be interesting. It's St. Martin pulling away. Grammar School on his heels. This is interesting. Grammar School, St. Martin, St. Martin wins it, followed by Grammar School. And here is this Grammar School coming in third. So and Bethel in fourth position, and Emmanuel Mespo in position number 5. So, yes, Wallace.
I said those are very welcome points for grammar school, you know, because placing second and third gives them
Certainly.
13 points.
13 points from second and third. But certainly a good run by St. Martin's. He timed it well, and as they turned for home, he just gave that extras. Grammar School was beaten, and really a wonderful race by these two athletes. So
Barbados versus
Ralston Morgan. So there's always that rivalry, and Indian St. Martin's coming out on top, followed by Grammar School in second and third position.
you know Barbados being a distance runner.
Well, yes, Pamela Sabina, an ace distance runner, certainly would have worked with the guys, gave them a few tips, and they really showed his class today. So we're now going to have the under 20 seniors, girls, and this will be followed by the senior boys 1500 meters as well.
I think I tipped the bar in the school too with this.
In the seniors.
Senior girl, yes.
So starting lineup in the seniors, you're going to have Canawan Secondary, Girls High School, St. Joseph's Convent, Kingston, Dr. J.P. Eustace, Barley Secondary School, Thomas Under Secondary School, Georgetown Secondary, Chomoka Secondary. There are 2 students from Georgetown Secondary, Bethel High School, and Chomoka Secondary. So I think there are 2 athletes from Chomoka, 2 from the Barley Secondary, And it's going to be a keenly contested event because they're at the starting lineup.
Sorry, because senior girls 1500 meters. Senior girls 1500 meters. The competitors.
So you can see both students from the Barely Secondary very close together. And Georgetown, 2 athletes as well, split in the middle by Bethel.
Ashanti Richards, Barely. Kenisha Welcome, Barely. Kalissa Lewis, Thomas Saunders. Samaya Connell, Georgetown. Naira Disham, Trumok, Ontario. Onicia Brown, Georgetown. Jerry Shabaka, Bethel. And Onashi Robertson, Trumok, Ontario.
Yes, I'm saying that those two barrelist athletes, especially Welcome, you know, I believe that they are supposed to do well in this event.
So they're off rather slowly.
Out of the 1500 meters into senior girls.
So still a tight group. And as they come into the straight, that's Dr. J.P. Eustace Memorial. Out front, there is Georgetown in second. The Barely Secondary, both athletes shoulder to shoulder as one is away. And
that's Welcome.
And they go past us for the first time. Still striding very nicely. It's Dr. J.P. Eustace Memorial. Barely Secondary, followed by the other athlete from Barely Secondary and the Georgetown Secondary. Barely now taking the lead. Still early days yet. And if you're looking at the athletes, Wallace, in the first 4, they are out front. But you can look at the stride from the Barely student. So too the student from Georgetown looks rather smooth.
Yes, and that's what I'm saying. I don't think, all being equal, I don't think they're going to catch back Welcome. The way how she runs, I know her very well. And barring all injuries or any kind of unfortunate.
Seeing circumstances, one would expect Welcome to come away with it. But she's going rather smoothly. She's all by herself.
And that is her normal pace, you see. Maybe if you had someone to take out early, speed out and try to
put a bit of pressure.
Right. Pull her out of her comfort zone. There might have been an easier chance.
And she is followed by the athlete from the...
But she's still all by herself. And she's going away. Others some distance away as they go past the southern end, making her way around that eastern side. Barely student in second position. Then the Dr. J.P. Eustace Memorial. Georgetown is there. So too is Bethel. And Barely way out front. Here comes another student from the Barely Secondary. That's Richards. She goes around the bend into that home stretch. There goes the bell, so there's still 1 lap to go. Welcome. Drops her hand by her side. She's still going along
rather merrily.
Barely 1, barely 2. 400 meters left in this one. With a little bit under pressure here.
And here is Richards closing in the distance.
This is
Dr. J.P. Yusuf's Memorial. Bethel in the Georgetown looks tired. Thomas Saunders coming through. Georgetown. So Richards goes past Welcome. Welcome looks back.
Welcome seems to be holding on to her.
But she's still holding on. So it looks all Bethel, all Barley. Barley.
With 200 meters to go, Kozak is beginning to lengthen that stride as you see in third position. He's beginning to make
So as they turn, come around that bend for the final time.
Welcome seems to be well in the sight of.
So here is Richards from Barley. Dr. J.P. Eustace moving into the second position. As they turn, for whom? It's Barley. Dr. J.P. Eustace, and she goes rather wide. So it's Richards, Barley, Thomas Saunders making her move, and she's coming through. But can she catch Richards? Richards strides away, and she will take it now. There is Richards, and tipped there by Thomas Saunders in second position, and Dr. J.P. Eustace coming in third position.
We have to pick up Richards because she was a one athlete sometimes, but had some unfortunate experience, and had actually started training lately. So in all of the events following, like the Barley School Sports Day, Welcome was beaten her.
And good revenge. So I think when they went by on the bell, Welcome on the eastern side showed signs of fatigue, and Richards continued to stride along, and eventually turning on the home stretch, she just ran away from Welcome.
Do you encourage them?
I was kind of disappointed that she didn't place like second. She was way down like fourth or fifth.
Yes, she really fell away, and but Barley coming out on top. Thomas Saunders in second position, and really Dr. J.P. Eustace finishing third.
Yeah, Thomas Saunders and J.P. Eustace at the well-timed run. They ran very smart, and they kind of save it up for home, and it was enough, especially for Thomas Saunders to just clip the J.P. Eustace at the
last bit of effort coming into the final few yards. So we're now going to have the senior boys, 1500 meters.
You're going to see your boy, man, the guy you asked for about yesterday. I think it's Brong is his name.
Okay.
After the 15.
And we are back. All right, we're going to chat a little bit with our intermediate champ for the 1500 meter run. All right, tell me your name and your school.
My name is Joshua Prescott and I attend the St. Martin's Secondary School.
All right, Joshua. So tell me, what strengths do you have that makes you a great athlete?
Well, it's all about how dedicated you are to the sport, and you have to put in the hard work to get somewhere. Because if you don't put your mind to it, you will not get to the point of where you are to be of winning.
I love that. I love that. I love that. All right, give a quick shout out.
Shout out to my coach Pamela Ballantyne for training me and getting me this far to win this event today.
All right, great. Thank you so much. And congrats again, all right? Let's head back to the 100 meter race.
Georgetown, Mitran John.
Early secondary, Zachary Hepburn. Piri Bedell, Sidron Bentic. North Union, Leon Brown. St. Martin Secondary, Limor Williams. Barley, Daniel Wickham. And Chumaka, Ontario, Michael Duncan. The fastest time in the preliminaries was done by Zachary Hepburn, 4:21.40. Mitran John, 4:20 in the first. He had the fastest time ahead of Zachary Hepburn.
And very soon they're going to be off, and they are off.
Senior boys.
Barely out front very early, followed by Georgetown. And they certainly has a pace here, Wallace.
Yes, there is Z3, the 5,000 meters qualifier.
This is the 1,500 meters.
And then behind, the guy from Georgetown that you're asking about.
So here they come. Barely out front, Georgetown is there.
3 laps to go. 3 laps to go. Hepburn, Barley, and John.
Sandy Bay,
These two have gone clear of the group.
Tromoka.
Everything here depends on preparation.
So, Georgetown in second position. Barely out front.
Some people would say
You can see Petit Bedell making the move into third position. Sandy Bay fourth. Those are the top 4. Continue to stride along. Barely. Student looks very, very good indeed, Wallace. One looks at his stride and his hand movement. Looks very coordinated.
Yes. And as I said, it's good. It seems it's going to be a battle between these two, and
it is still Hepburn from John.
don't write off
Petit Bedell. Petit Bedell now moves into first position. Yes, they go past us for the second time.
That's 2 laps to go.
Petit Bedell. There's Barley, Georgetown, the top 3. Now Barley moving, making that move to get back into the first position. Georgetown closing the distance, and Barley takes back the lead. So it's Barley, Petit Bedell, Georgetown. They are the top 3. Barley going along rather nicely. Petit Bedell is on his heels. The bell for the final lap. Georgetown still holding the third position. Chumaka has moved into fourth. Petit Bedell in fifth. And the final lap. Here is Barley. He's increasing his pace as he turns on the bend. He's really striding away. Petit Bedell still making that move as they turn on that far side, eastern side. Still some distance to go. It's Barley, Petit Bedell closing the gap. These two are all by themselves. Who's going to make it as they come around the bend for the final time? It's Barley glancing over his shoulders. Petty Badel trailing. He begins to lengthen those strides. So too the student from Petty Badel. He's closing the gap. Can he maintain it? He's looking for it. Barley strides away and takes it. Petty Badel in second position, getting that last burst of energy. And Georgetown and Chumuka. So Georgetown taking the third position, Chumuka in fourth, and the others. Here comes Petty Badel in number 5. Barley looking to find number 6. Sandy Bay in number 7, and certainly a good run there by Barley Secondary, but really pushed to the limit by Petty Badel.
Yes, it was a smart run, very smart, tactical running, and Petty Badel student, the athlete from Petty Badel, need to be congratulated. Nice race.
And so there it was. The boys 1500, the seniors, and Barley came away champs, followed by Petty Badel, and in third position the Georgetown Secondary. Just the replay there, you can see him pumping, pulling those air in as he strides home a few 1, 2, 3 steps ahead, winning in 4.17. So as one would anticipate that quite a number of records that would tumble in these events.
Yes, and as I said, remember, Mitchell and John defeated
Jones of Georgetown 10.01. Manson, Western George 9.99 meters.
Campbell, Western George 9.27. Samuel.
Barley is on fire. Here we have the winners for the 1500 meter boys and girls race. Tell us your names.
Ashanti Richards.
Is it you born? Alright guys, I got one question for you. Is there a coach or athlete that you look up to?
And Scott of St. Martin's
Ellen Thompson Hera.
12.53, the current week.
Chester Marlon.
Can you tell me why?
Because she's a very persistent person. She's always focused and also very submissive.
He's always behind me, pushing me, and telling me to do the right thing.
Alright, big up to them. Alright, give a quick shout out to who you want to.
Shout out to everybody who put their bet on me today.
Same.
Alright guys, thank you. Alright, let's head back to the races.
And certainly a very good effort, and again congratulations to Chester Morgan. He has really been doing a tremendous job.
Of course. And I'm happy to see that there are other schools who are actually putting their hands up and and fighting it out. That's what we want to see, I think.
Yes.
What was very evident in the last event is that there was no student in the top 8
competitors still after the competition. The bar is now being raised to 1.51 meters, 1.51 meters.
That's where these
still in Samaya
Yes.
of Georgetown.
So there's good rivalry between the St. Martins, the Barley Secondary, and the grammar school. That's where the competition really lies.
coming out of this point standing, that was the first sport say. Yes. I think it was St. Martin's first.
Yes, I think St. Martin's is first. I just give coming out from the preliminaries. I just try to get that point standing. In the female division, it's Barley Secondary School in the lead, followed by the girls' high school. And in third position, the Georgetown Secondary. And in the boys, it's the St. Martin Secondary in the lead, Grammar School second, and Barley third. So one looks at the points, they are not far apart. St. Martin's 112, Grammar School 106, Barley 104. The girls have a wider margin. Barley 146, Girls High School 99, and Georgetown Secondary 88.
So I feel the battle is really in for the boys' champion. I think the girls' champion is already decided.
You think it's already sewed up? Yes. Right. So very soon we are going to have the junior 100 meters girls dash, and that will be followed by the boys, the junior boys 100 meters dash, then the intermediate, and then the seniors.
Electrolytes for the athletes.
So things are going rather smoothly, and alongside this are also some of the field events.
Right. Perhaps you're going to see some medal presentation.
So our next race will be that of the junior girls 100 meters dash, and
So we're going to have the presentations of the events so far this morning. The presentations will be made by the principal of the Kingstown Technical Institute and the Bethel High School.
Then they have the medal presentation.
so we now have the medal presentation, and
All right, we start with the girls 1,000 meter juniors. That was a record-breaking event. In third position, Stephen Secondary School, Makeda Nanton. A time of 3 minutes, 32.63 seconds. Taking second for the Girls High School, Freya Tringingham. 3 minutes, 32.34 seconds. And taking gold in a new record of 3 minutes, 23.61 seconds from the Barley Secondary School, Aya Stapleton. That's your top three for the girls 1,000 meter juniors. Now we go to the boys 1,000 meter juniors. Taking third, taking third in the boys 1,000 meters, Shad Hooper from the Chumaka, Ontario Secondary, 3 minutes 9.28 seconds. From the Sandy Bay Secondary School, Josiah Roberts, 3 minutes 8.73 seconds. And taking gold, Liz Joshua Butcher of the Buckerment Bay Secondary School, 3 minutes 7.63 seconds. That's your boys 1,000 meter juniors. Now we go to the 1,500 meter intermediate. That was also our second record for the day. Taking third from the Georgetown Secondary School, Carissa Neptune. 5 minutes 34.08 seconds. Second from the Barley Secondary School, Kissiana John. 5 minutes 21.28 seconds. And in record-breaking time, Zakisha Kelly. Chwabaka, Ontario Secondary, 5 minutes 14.55 seconds. That's your junior intermediate 15,000 meter champion. Intermediate boys. Taking third, Zahim Michaels in Vincent Grammar School. 4 minutes, 35.72 seconds. Zahim Michael from the St. Vincent Grammar School, third. Second, Israel Kamabat, also of the St. Vincent Grammar School. 4 minutes, 28.12 seconds. And taking top spot from the St. Martin Secondary School, Rowan Matthews, 4 minutes, 27.85 seconds. All right, I was told the person that received all right, just to update that the winner is Rowan Joshua Prescott from the St. Martins and not Matthews, as is on the paper. It will be updated by the meet manager. We go to the seniors, 1500 meter girls. In third, Alicia Kolzak, Dr. J.P. Eustace Memorial, 5 minutes, 39.01 seconds. Second, Calissa Lewis, Thomas Saunders Secondary, 5 minutes, 38.90 seconds. And senior girls goes to Ashanti Richards of the Barody Secondary School, 5 minutes, 36.50 seconds. And those are our top three for the 1500 meter runner senior girls. And now we go to the last medal for the morning until we go to the track again. 1500 meter senior boys. That was our third record-breaking event of the day. From the Georgetown Secondary School, Mitchron John, 4 minutes, 27.53 seconds. Second, Sidron Brentic from the P.T. Bodell Secondary School. That's second, P.T. Bodell, Sidron Brentic, 4 minutes, 17.73 seconds. And setting a new time of 4 minutes, 17.03 seconds from the Barley Secondary School, Zitri Hepburn. Zitri would have broken Mitchron John's record that was set at the heats, replacing it with his name. And now, Keith, we head back to you.
Thank you very much, Tamara. And of course, we are at the National Lotteries Authority. This is the 57th edition, according to our in-house historian. That is the Minister of Education, Curtis King, updating us on the editions that we've had. We also saw here earlier today the Honorable Minister of Finance and Planning, Camilo Gonzalez. He was here a while ago. I'm not sure if he's still here. And in our VIP Gordon, we have former distance runner, middle distance runner in Cecil Blazer Williams. He is here as well. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Williams. And then there is a young sprinter who was once the Minister of Sport. There are those who will say that he always had a very fast start without starting blocks. Cecil McKee. He is here as well. Yes, he was fast in football too. And he used to play a little bit of cricket. Sometimes he was faster than the gun. Okay, so we have next up the 100-meter series, speed. Speed in the house. The juniors, intermediate, and then seniors. One. Competitors for the girls' junior 100 meters. In lane 1, from Pity Bedell, Naya Simmons. In lane 2, from North Union Secondary, Rahelia James. In lane 3, from Thomas Saunders, Alicia Phillips. In lane 4, from Union Island Secondary, Kiana Peters Alexander. In lane 5, from Thomas Saunders, Tene Brown. In lane 6, from the Girls High School, Alia Scarrett. In lane 7, from George Stevens Secondary, Kelsey Stroff. And in lane 8, from the Girls High School, Seandra Scarborough. Just had a glitch here with the wind gauge. As soon as we have that sorted out, staccato Could you hold, please? Hold on the start for a minute. Do you have a problem with the wind gauge? If we don't have that, we can't have a record. You just have to make a change with the battery pack for the wind gauge. Okay, starter. So just to remind you, Simmons in 1, James in 2, Phillips 3, Peters Alexander 4, Brown 5, Skerritt 6, Struff 7, and Scarborough in 8. And that's the start. And in the middle, Union Island Secondary School. But on the outside here, it seems to be going, Union Island Secondary seems to be easy. An easy winner there for Union Island Secondary. Peters Alexander made it look all so easy with those long looping strides. Congratulations, Union Island Secondary. And we have on the line now the boys, the junior boys. In lane 1, from Bethel High School, Glenroy Baptiste. In lane 2, from Thomas Saunders, Jaden Ogaro. In lane 3, from Canoan Secondary, Damani Bramble. In lane 4, from Barley, Daniel Remy. In lane 5, from St. Martin Secondary, Malachi Pear. In lane 6, from St. Joseph Convent Maricoa, Rolanzo Thomas. In lane 7, from North Union Secondary, Akeem Sam. And in lane 8, from Thomas Saunders, Ethan DeFreitas. Starter. Ready. And that's the start. Let's see what's happening there. It's pretty close as they come to the finish line here now. It is Barley that wins this one. Daniel Remy of the Barley Secondary School. Getting home ahead of the rest of the pack here. Pretty close for the second. And on the line we have the competitors for the girls. Girls intermediate 100 meters. Girls intermediate 100 meters. In lane one. In lane one, from Bethel High School, Alicia Guy. In lane two, from Barley, Kenisha Richards. In lane three, from Union Island, Deara Bascom. In lane four, from Thomas Saunders, Shaquania Jacobs. In lane five, from Georgetown Secondary, Ania Patrick. In lane six, from Barley, Shakinia Francis. In lane 7 from Tumaca, Ontario, Hurana Patterson. And in lane 8 from Thomas Saunders, Tiffany Douglas. And that's the start of the girls' intermediate as they come down the middle here. Let's see what's happening in the middle. It's a tough one here, but let's see what's going to happen at the finish line. It is pretty close between Thomas Saunders on the inside and Barley Francis on the outside. We await the official result. It's just too close to call with the naked eye. Competitors for the intermediate boys. In lane 1, Jaheim Williams Barley. Lane 2, Jadel Hector St. Martins. Lane 3, Loic Paul Grammar School. Lane 4, Jomin Teixeira, Union Island. Lane 5, Dawson Joseph Barley. Lane 6, Ansel Jacobs Union Island. Lane 7, Raphael Garaway Jr. Canoan Secondary. And lane 8, Desroy Kwame from Grammar School. And in case you have any doubt, ladies and gentlemen, the results are replayed on the big screen thanks to the NLA right after each race. So if in doubt, look to the big screen. And I know the screen will get bigger next year. Starter. And there was a bit of a stumble there. As they come in the middle here, let's see what's going to happen as they come to the finish line. It's going to be close. Grammar School seems to have gotten the top of this one. For the official results, getting to you on the screen, as you see, it's a very, very tight finish. You're getting the replay here. Very, very close call. We get the cameras to divide the athletes for us. 11.54, 11.56. That's what we're seeing on the screen. We get ready now for the 100-meter senior girls. 100-meter senior girls. In lane 1, Leah Charles, Bethel. In lane 2, Adriana Miller, Bukamen Bay. In lane 3, from Girls High School, Jadisha Samuel. In lane 4, from Barley, Trish Henson. In lane 5, from Bethel, Ketona Campbell. In lane 6, from Barley, Gaylan John. In lane 7, from Girls High School, Melissa Robertson. And lane 8, from North Union Secondary, Carissa Peters. Starter. And there they go. This is the senior girls 100 meters. And there they go. Again, a pretty close result. We'll have the replay on the big screen in a while. We have one more to go. The senior boys 100 meters. Senior boys 100 meters. In lane 1, from George Stevens Secondary, O'Marion Douglas. In lane 2, from the St. Vincent Grammar School, Matthew Robinson. In lane 3, from St. Martin's, Jamar Saunders. In lane 4, from St. Vincent Grammar School, Keo Davis. In lane 5, from Petty Badel Secondary, AJ Delpesh. In lane 6, from Trumac, Ontario, Delron Delpesh. In lane 7, from Barrowley, Ricardo Williams. And lane 8, Michael Nanton of the Sinclair Dakin Secondary School. Keo Davis, of course, a double medalist at last year's Carifta Games. And again, already a selectee for this year's Carifta Games in Nassau, Bahamas. He is in lane 4. When in doubt, keep your eyes on the big screen, thanks to the National Lotteries Authority. VC3, streaming live to the Vincentian diaspora. Girl guides for the medal ceremony, could you please report? Girl guides for the medal ceremony. Starter. The order, Douglas in 1, Robinson 2, Saunders 3, Davis in 4, Delpesh in 5, Delpesh in 6, Williams in 7, and Nanton in 8. And there's a false start, which means that somebody is going to be eliminated. Unless the judges can find another reason. The individual, if any, at fault, will be given the red card. No false starts are allowed in the sprint events or in any event, with the exception of the multi-event, where athletes are allowed 2 false starts. The dreaded red card is given to the athlete in lane 1, who is removed from the competition. That is O'Marion Douglas, adjudged to have false started in the final. Starter. We ask for quiet at the start of the event. Quiet at the start of the event. The athlete has to be given absolute silence so that they can hear the orders of the starter. Thank you. And there they go. And Davis is out very quickly here. It's a bit of a challenge. It's a bit of a challenge here as they come to the finish line. But Cleo finishes fast enough. It took him a while to get going because for a while he was behind. But he does finish quite well. That's the way he finished in Jamaica last year in the 100 meters and again in the 200 meters. Of course, he will eventually be working on his start. A bit of a strong wind up against it there, but it's what it is. We now have the award presentations for the 100-meter series. Award presentation for the 100-meter series. Phil Jeffers, please. Phil Jeffers, could you please report to the announcer? Phil Jeffers, please.
Paging the results. Thank you.
Say that for me. Keo Davis of the St. Vincent Grammar School coming away with the goal. AJ Del Pleshes from the Pettibodel Secondary in second. And Jemar Saunders from the St. Martin's in secondary in third. Certainly a keen contest, but Grammar School tipping the bar and really coming away victorious.
Yes, and as I said earlier, the competition is tight for the male champion. So it comes down to not medals, but points. So it pays to have at least two athletes in the race and for them to finish close to the top, if not at the top.
Thank you very much,
Look at
for the 100
this particular
meters.
race, we are seeing Grammar School with 9 points for the first place.
And
3 for the
awards will be
6th
presented
place.
by the
So that's
principal of the
good.
Mountain
Yeah.
View Vincent Academy and the West
A lone athlete.
A lone athlete. So they got 6 and then barely done at 5th, 4 points. So Grammar School will have accumulated most of the points from this particular event. And I think that's how we have to be looking at it. the gap between those three schools are so narrow. But then it seems as if St. Martin's is kind of more or less pulling back because they're not having the number of qualifiers. And they're not placing high up enough to really contest.
Secondary Taney Brown. And taking gold from the Union Island Secondary, Keziah Alexander Peters. Junior boys next. Those are your junior girls winners for this morning, 100 meters. Junior boys, third from the Kanawan Secondary School, Damani Bramble, time of 12.61 seconds. Second from the St. Martin Secondary School, Malachi Pear, 12.59 seconds. And taking gold from the Barley Secondary School, Danielle Ramey, 12.43 seconds. Intermediate girls. Third from the Georgetown Secondary School, Ania Patrick, 12.60 seconds. Second silver from the Barley Secondary School, Shakinia Francis, 12.56 seconds. And taking gold, Shakania Jacobs, Thomas Saunders Secondary. She set the new time in the reeds of 12.25, but she didn't break it today. But she still won her race from the Thomas Saunders Secondary School. Intermediate 100 girls. And now we go to the intermediate boys. Barley Secondary School, Jaheim Williams taking the bronze, 11.69. Loic Paul of the St. Vincent Grammar School, silver, 11.56. Dawson Joseph of the Barley Secondary School taking gold, 11.54. Those are your intermediate boys, 100 meters. And now we go to the senior girls. From the Bethel High School's Catania Campbell, 12.94 seconds. Taking second spot is Galen John from the Barley Secondary School, 12.83 seconds. And Trish Henson, Barley Secondary School, 12.70 seconds, and she has the record that she would have set in the heats at 12.67 seconds. And our final one for now, 100 meter senior boys. Jamar Saunders from the St. Martin Secondary School, third with 11.01. AJ Delplesh of the Peterborough Secondary, second, 10.93. And with a new record, the St. Vincent Grammar School, Keo Davis, 10.87. Those are your senior boys as we head back to the track with Mr. Joseph.
Competitors for the 400 meters junior girls, to the line, please. Again, we say thank you to the National Lotteries Authority, title sponsors of this event, Careers Distribution Limited, for their support. Competitors in junior finals 400 meters. In lane 1, Makeda Nanton, Georgetown. Lane 2, Siandra Scarborough, Girls High School. Lane 3, Ariana Miller, Barreley. Lane 4, Rahelia James, North Union Secondary. Lane 5, Anna Peters Alexander, Union Island. Lane 6, A.S. Stapleton, Barreley. Lane 7, Faith Payne, Girls High School. And lane 8, Patrina Patterson, Georgetown. Starter.
And so they are at the starter, 400 meters. That will be a lap right around the park. So they are starting just in front of us here. They're off rather slowly as they go towards the southern end for the first time. So Georgetown, Union Island, Barreley Sec, the Girls High School is there as they come around that far end. But Barreley, so too is North Union Secondary. But the hands are flaring, really using up a lot of energy there, that student from North Union, as they turn. But she looks beaten. You can see she's struggling, but she's in the lead. And round they come. North Union still out front. And she makes it. Definitely. Then comes Barreley. Looks like Girls High School. Union Island in 4th position. Then Barreley Secondary. And really, one thought that the student were beaten, because you can see the hands flaring and almost giving up. In the end, holding on and coming away victorious. So there it is, the North Union Secondary. You can see the grimace on her face. Yes, she's really struggling. It really had a good lead, and I think that enabled her to finish easily. And here comes Barreley, and looks like the Girls High School. Union Island now crossing in 4th. Barreley coming in 5th position. So we're now going to have the junior 400 meter boys.
You know, as we said already, you know, I think the girls division is already done packed. So the competition and the excitement, to me,
in the male division. So in the girls division, coming into this event, the Barley Secondary had about a 47-point lead over their nearest rival, which was the girls' high school. Yes, and they have won quite a few events already for the morning, which would have extended their lead.
In lane 5 from Sandy Bay Secondary, Josiah Roberts. In lane 6 from St. Vincent Grammar School, Ethan White. In lane 7 from West St. George, Kamal Chambers. And in lane 8 from North Union Secondary, Hakeem Sam.
So in this event, the grammar school, 2 athletes, North Union also 2 athletes. And it's going to be very interesting. So this is the Inter-Secondary Athletics Championship, sponsored by the National Lotteries Authority, right here at Sir Vincent Beach National Stadium at Diamond. They are the starting blocks. Off they go. So it's going to be pretty interesting. As they go around the bend at the southern end. It's a fast pace race. Looks like Thomas Saunders out front. He's really striding away beautifully. Grammar School is there. And here he comes as he strides for home. Round that final bend, it's number 20. And good. West St. George, can he maintain it? They are closing the gap. There's a middle. There is St. Martin's in there. North Union, you can see the grimace. St. Martin's, Barley. St. Martin takes it. Barley second. And looking for that number 3 position. We'll get that on the replay. But St. Martin's with a good run coming around the bend and really striding home. St. Martin's, Barley, looking for the third. 28 looks like Sandy Bay, secondary in third position. So we now go to the intermediate girls, 400 meters. So
Alia Samuel of Better. In lane 3, Casey Robinson, Bishop's College, Kingstown. In lane 4, Zakisha Kelly, Trumaka, Ontario. In lane 5, Shaquania Jacobs, Thomas Saunders. In lane 6, Shakima Francis, Barreley. In lane 7, Alia McDowell, Barreley.
Lane 8, Junica Kwao from Georgetown Secondary. Starter.
So there they are at the starter. There they go. Off. Georgetown. Barley as they come around the bend at the southern end. Georgetown, Barley. And look at the stride of the Barley athlete. So it's Barley, Thomas Saunders. Looks like Chumuka Ontario secondary. So this is going to be a keen contest as they go around the eastern bend. Barley out front. Can she maintain it as she comes around the final bend? She's looking for the straight for home. It's still Barley. And here she comes. Chumuka coming through. So too is Kanawan. But Barley looks like she's going to take it. Barley striding home. Chumuka Ontario secondary, I think, in second. Barley tipping the third position just ahead of Kanawa. In fact, the number 7, Bishop College Kingston, wearing similar uniform to that of Kanawan. So it's Barley taking the first position. And sure, we're going to have the replay in a very short while. There it is. Barley coming through. Barley. Very comfortable indeed. Thank you.
In the meantime, teams are asked to get themselves together for the 4x100 meters relay.
Chumuka second, Barley third.
Teams, please.
Good.
And we are back with the interviews, all right? Right here we have our 100-meter junior champ. Tell us your name and your school.
Keja Peters, Clifton, United Island. Keja Peters, United Island Secondary School.
Yeah, I know you're tired. All right, how are you feeling, love?
Good.
All right, so I have one simple question for you. I know lots of athletes play a particular sport, but that's not their favorite. What's your favorite sport? Tell me why.
Running. I love running since I was small.
Love that. Eat, breathe, and sleep track. All right, congratulations on your big win. Let's head on back to the 400-meter race.
All right,
Can we get the senior girls and the senior boys for the 400
meters, please? So in the junior boys, we have a new record in the 400 meters. In third position was Josiah Roberts of Sandy Bay, 58.54. The second was Daniel Remy of Barley, 58.21. But a new record of 57.80 set by the athlete from St. Martin's Secondary, Kevin Williams. And the girls in third position, Alia McDowell, Barley, 101.21. In second position, Zakisha Kelly of Chumuka, Ontario, 100.02. And the winner, Shakinia Francis of Barley, 59.80 seconds. And that is a new record as well. Intermediate boys, 400 meters. Intermediate boys, 400 meters in lane 1. In lane 1, Tyler Lewis, Western George. In lane 2, Dequan Edwards Pidibadel. In lane 3, Jubril Olivier Barrelly. In lane 4, Damari Roberts Barrelly. In lane 5, Lejani Scott Emmanuel Mespo. In lane 6, Sean Henry, Grammar School. In lane 7, Ethan Thomas, Grammar School. Lane 8, Kamal Rock, Union Island Secondary. And there they go. On the outside, St. Martin's and Union Island Secondary. Inside Grammar School looking quite good. That is Sean Henry of the St. Vincent Grammar School as he looks very well. 250 meters left in this one. The top three on the far side. But the race now starts to take place on the inside of this track. As they come just about 200 meters to go, they are all bunched up. As they come around, we're getting up on the 150 meter mark. It is as they come around, there's some changes taking place there as Barley seems to be on the inside taking charge. As they come into the straight, it is Barley on the outside, on the inside there, that's Damari Roberts and Jubril Olivier. Roberts and Olivier. Olivier now ahead of Roberts. Barley is going to make it a 1-2 here as they go past in third position from St. Martin's. Ethan Thomas of St. Martin's grabbing the third spot here as Barley made it a 1-2 with Jubril Olivier and Damari Roberts. Chester, could you please come off the field? No coaches are allowed on the field.
Really striding away. Had some difficulty catching up the first two, and Barrelly takes it easily in first and second position. We see Grammar School coming in fourth.
As I say, it's all about points. So now, from this particular event, they got a 9 and 7 and 16 points.
So we now go to the senior girls, 400 meters.
On the track, competitors for the senior girls 400 meters. In lane 1, from North Union Secondary, Brianna Peters. In lane 2, also from North Union Secondary, Clarissa Peters.
There you having a drone shot.
From Georgetown Secondary, Samaya Connell. In lane 4, Shaffer Lane of Cynthia Deacon. In lane 5, Christensen of Barley. In lane 6, Elizabeth Solomon of Bethel.
In lane 7, Ketona Campbell of Bethel. And in lane 8, Calissa Lewis of Thomas Saunders.
Seems to be a lot keener than the girls. Barley continue to dominate. And see the girls getting to their starting blocks. As we look to the far south, I think the boys are making their way around for the next event, the senior boys 400 meters.
And as we know, Barry is trying to repeat double from last year, boys and girls jump. As I say, we have, seems to have the girls in the bag already.
I think this, okay.
Yeah, they seem to have the girl in the girls in the bag already. Toss is going to be in the field.
So in this event, North Union Secondary, they have 2 athletes. Bethel High School also have 2 athletes. And Barley Secondary, just 1. So they're off as they go around the bend for the first time at the southern end. Heading into the street at the eastern end. See Bethel High. Barley is in the mix. St. Clair Dakin. There is Georgetown. It's Barley, Georgetown as they turn around the bend into the street. Georgetown on the inside. Barley is there. North Union is coming through on the inside. Barley holding on. Georgetown looks beaten. Bethel coming, making a run from the rear. Barley takes it. Second is Georgetown. Third, Bethel High. Fourth is North Union. And I think fifth is also North Union. For a Carifta. So there's the replay. And you see Barley holding on. Georgetown really losing momentum, but still able to hold on to second position. And Barley winning easily. Georgetown second. Then come Bethel High, the top 3. And certainly the Barley Secondary continue to really dominate among the females. Okay.
For the 400 meters, the winners of the 400 meters, medal presentation will take place immediately after this event. So you can have the...
All right, and we are here with the 100-meter intermediate champion. By the way, big up to Carez Distribution. There you are. I know it's hot. Take a little sip, gather yourself. Tell us your name and your school.
Medal award ceremony.
My name is Shakwana Jacobs at the Thomas Sanders Secondary School.
All right, perfect. Now, tell me, real simple, who's your favorite sports player?
Shelly-Ann Fraser-Price.
Ah, Shelly-Ann, why?
Well, she inspires me. Just watching her and playing.
Nah, Shelly-Ann is a boss. Congratulations. Is there anybody that you want to shout out?
I want to thank my coach, Mr. Harry, Miss Edwards, and my mom as well. And to all the supporters.
College.
All right, congratulations on your big win. Let's head on back to the races.
Maverick Brown.
In lane 3, from Georgetown, Mitchron John. In lane 4, from Pidibadel Secondary, AJ Delpesh. In lane 5, from Grammar School, Matthew Robinson. In lane 6, you saw him win the 100 meters a while ago from Grammar School, Keo Davis. In lane 7, from the Adelphi Secondary School, Giovanni Jacobs. And in lane 8, from Union Island Secondary, Tehran Muckett.
They're ready. And is it a false start?
I'm wondering.
Yeah. Let's just wait and see. Somehow out of the blocks. I think the officials having a bit of conversation. And let's see. Will there be a red card for someone?
It was a false start and the card is coming out.
Somebody get fouled.
So there it is. A student. Looks like the student from the Chumuka Ontario Secondary. Yes. Yes. So the guys are at the ready. So that's the replay coming up. And there they go. Off and running. As they go around the southern end. This looks like a very fast-paced encounter. They're running. They're now bunching as they come around the eastern side. So they have this curb to contend with. It's grammar school out front, but there is Petit Bedell coming through as they turn around the bend, hitting for the home stretch. It's Barley. It's Petit Bedell. Petit Bedell coming through. It's all by himself. He takes it. And there was Grammar School in second and third position. But there was Petit Bedell running away with it. And certainly a very good run indeed from the student there from Petit Bedell. Really striding out as he came around the bend. Here's the replay. As he hitting the home stretch. He's out front. Down goes the student from Georgetown. But Grammar School, they're competing among themselves there. And there is Petit Bedell coming through in the end. Grammar School, second and third. And a good run indeed. Here is the Georgetown student holding the back of his leg. Down he goes. And Petit Bedell striding. Look at that. Look at those strides. Wallace.
Yes, and like I said, if you look at that event, there were 2 grammar school athletes. I don't think there was any St. Martin's athlete, and there wasn't any Barley school athlete. Right?
Yes.
And though Keo would have liked to strike goal, from a team point of view, they have accumulated.
Yes.
7 and 13 points.
So Grammar School again continues to accumulate some points, and it's going to be very interesting at the end. We're sure we'll have an update sometime in the afternoon in terms of the point standing of both the boys and girls division. Because while we are looking at the track events, there are also the field events taking place. And I'm sure that some of these schools are also accumulating points from those field events. So I think we are going to have some medal presentations.
I told you about that place. She's a very smooth operator, you know. So he came around that bend.
Yeah, definitely. And it was really a good run by Petit Bedell. And yes, that's AJ Delplech. AJ Delplech. And it was really a wonderful run. The strides good, the arms pumping like pistons, and really with the ease, he finished right on top of it. So coming up would be the junior girls 4x100 meters relay. So to the junior boys, then the intermediate girls and boys, followed by the seniors.
I want to believe that these are the events that will be separating the teams.
Okay, thank you.
Relay teams 4x1. Relay teams.
All right, so medal presentation for the 400 meters. We start with the junior girls. In third, Ciandra Scarborough of the Girls High School, 1 minute, 6.53 seconds. Then we have Ariana Miller of the Barley Secondary School, silver, 1 minute, 6.30 seconds. And taking top spots from the North Union Secondary School, Rahelia James, 1 minute, 3.96 seconds. These presentations are being made by the principal of the Bookament-based secondary school and the intermediate high school. Those are our junior girls. Go now to the junior boys. And that was a record-breaking event. In third from the Sandy Bay Secondary School, Josiah Roberts, 58.54 seconds. Taking the silver from the from the Barley Secondary School, Daniel Rami, 58.21 seconds. And in record-breaking time, lowering his time in the heats, it is Kevin Williams of the St. Martin Secondary School with a new time of 57.80 seconds, lowering the time of 58.57 he set during the heats. St. Martin's, that's your junior boys. Now we go to the intermediate girls. That was also a record-breaking event. In third, taking the silver from the Barley Secondary School, Aaliyah McDonald, 1 minute, 1.21 second. Taking silver from the Tromaka, Ontario Secondary School, Zakisha Kelly, 1 minute, 2 seconds. And with a new time, lowering that one she set at the heats. No, actually, replacing her name in the record books, Shakinia Francis of the Barley Secondary School with a new time of 59.80 seconds. She broke Zakisha Kelly, who took second place, record of 59.85 that she set in the heats. Intermediate boys, third from the St. Martin Secondary School, Ethan Thomas, 53.35 seconds. Second from the Barley Secondary School, Damari Roberts, 53.11. And taking gold also from the Barley Secondary School, they did the 1 and 2, Jabril Oliver, 52.79 seconds. That's your top three intermediate boys. So now we go to the senior girls. From the Bethel High School, Elizabeth Solomon, taking number 3 in a time of 1.0419 seconds. Taking second position, the silver, Samaya Connell, Georgetown Secondary School, 1:02.93. And from the Barley Secondary School, Trish Henson, 1 minute, 1.06 seconds. All right, and we go to the senior boys. Another record being set in the record books today. In third, for the St. Vincent Grammar School, Matthew Robinson, 50.72 seconds. Taking second, Keo Davis. St. Vincent Grammar Schools, 50 seconds flat. And lowering his time set at the heats from the P.T. Bedell Secondary School, 48.86 seconds, A.J. Delplesh. And it seems that the shot put has been completed, so we'll await the results for that and give our boys the medals.
Yes, well, 1 minute, the shot put will be coming to you.
And that would be the shot put intermediate boys.
Shot put intermediate. The third position from St. Martin's Secondary, Marlon Scott, 12.53 meters the throw. In second position from Barley Secondary, Waynell Lewis, 13.18 meters. 13.18 meters. Gold medalist, champion 2023, also from Barley, Jaheim Williams, 13.23 meters. 13.23 meters.
We also have the high jump seniors. If the girls are there and ready.
Okay, we can give you an update on the scores. In the female team scores, Barley, 254 points. They're in the lead. Girls High School in second currently, 133 points. Georgetown Secondary, 132 points, 1 point behind Girls High School. Thomas Saunders Secondary, 100 points. Schumacher, Ontario, 88 points. Those are the top 5. In the male category, leading the group, Barley Secondary with 187 points. Second is St. Vincent Grammar School, 170 points, 170. Third, St. Martin Secondary, 165. Fourth, Georgetown Secondary, 77 points. And Schumacher, Ontario, 62 points. 62 points. In the combined team scores, the top 5 combined team scores, Thomas Saunders in 5th, 161. St. Martin Secondary in 4th, 165. St. Vincent Grammar School, 170 in 3rd. Georgetown Secondary, 209 in 2nd. And leading the combined team scores with 441 points, Barley Secondary. Competitors for the 4x100 meters series. We should be having the teams for the 4x100 meters relay momentarily.
On the track, competitors for the 4x100 meters relay. Junior girls, 4x100 meters relay, junior girls. In lane 1, Georgetown Secondary. Georgetown Secondary. In lane 2, Barley Secondary. Barley Secondary. In lane 3, Union Island Secondary. In lane 4, Girls High School. In lane 5, George Stevens. In lane 6, Thomas Saunders. In lane 7, Trumaca, Ontario. And in lane 8, North Union Secondary.
I'm sure that you might want to just highlight the points standing that's recently updated. The start of the events this today. So that's the top 3 in terms of the boys division, and the girls.
The girls barely all way out in front,
100 points, 101 point above the girls' high school, 153. Georgetown 1 point behind on 152, and Thomas Saunders on 100 points. So that's the point standing for the first 4 girls. The boys, Barley Secondary 187, Grammar School 170, St. Martin's 165, and Georgetown Secondary on 77. So that's the point standing at the moment. So Barley Secondary leading in both divisions. And this is the 400 meter girls, juniors, 4x1, sorry. And just about athletes getting into position here at the starter. Following this would be 4x100 meter junior boys relay. Then the intermediate, and then the seniors. So things are going rather smoothly. We also had the presentation and some earlier events. You had some
runners on your marks.
Record stumbling. So they are on the mark. They are at the starters ready.
Set.
And there they go, off and running in the very first leg as they go around the southern bend, looking for the first changeover. Just about now. And let's see. It's
as they go down the back
on the far side. Looks like
the outside. Georgetown is making a tremendous move on the outside there.
A run into the third leg. This is good. Third leg. Hand over, and here is Trumaca looking very good indeed, coming around the bend, looking for the third. Thomas Saunders is there as they find the handover. The race is off. It's going to be interesting. It is George.
But girls
looks
high
like
school look like they're going to
Trumaca
Let's see what
This is
happens
Girls
if
High
it's-
School, Chumoka.
Wait for the official
And
results.
we have to wait for the official results as they race into the final leg there. And now you just see Georgetown coming through.
Schumacher, Ontario.
And you can see she's so
is on the outside
disappointed.
there.
And there was the first changeover. Again, you see the girls' high school in there. There was Schumacher on the far right. Thomas Saunders in the middle.
Schumacher, Ontario.
And there is it. Schumacher, Ontario, Girls High School, Thomas Saunders, I think the top three in this, the 4x1 and junior
Let's see,
girls.
the official results should be on the board.
So
Girls
we're
High
gonna have-
School adjudged the winner.
Yes, the Girls High
Schumacher,
School in number
Ontario,
one.
second. We have been told that the winning time by the Girls High School of 55.27 seconds is a new ISAC record. Boys, junior boys in lane 1, Schumacher, Ontario. Lane 2, Bethel. Lane 3, Grammar School. Lane 4, St. Martin's. Lane 5, St. Joseph Convent, Maraqua. Lane 6, Thomas Saunders. Lane 7, Barley. And lane 8, Georgetown. Phil Cull, is that area ready? First changeover. Let's go. And there they go. As they go down the back stretch, it is Thomas Saunders. Grammar School beginning to make a run back from behind. St. Martin looking good on the inside as they make the second changeover. If you don't hand over your baton well, you're in trouble in this event. Grammar School looking good on the inside for the final changeover. As they come around, it is St. Martin's Grammar School. St. Martin's Grammar School. St. Martin Grammar School. St. Martin's running over with this one. St. Martin's Grammar School. Thomas Saunders, Barley, Georgetown. We move on now to the intermediate girls. Intermediate girls. 4x1, could we take to the track, please? Intermediate girls, 4x1.
Intermediate girls 4x1. Mr. Hillox, could you tell those people next to you to come onto the track, please?
The way. And grammar school now coming in second. Now in third position, the Thomas on the secondary. So taking the top 3 spots in the junior 4x100 meter boys. And we now would move to the intermediate girls 100 meters. So athletes now being placed in their position as we have the starters just in front of us to our left.
Timekeeper staying in the corner and telling me when it's record.
So there it is, St. Martin's in 52.48 seconds.
But that's part of the problem. You see too many records.
And 50.506, the first position.
All right, on the track, girls intermediate. In lane 1, Thomas Saunders. In lane 2, Girls High School. In lane 3, Georgetown. In lane 4, Barreley. In lane 5, Trumac, Ontario. In lane 6, Bethel. In lane 7, Emmanuel Mespo. And in lane 8, JP Eustace Memorial.
So that's the starting lineup for the intermediate girls, 4x100 meters. And the starters are at the ready.
We just had another record set here by the St. Martin's, 50.06.
Another record.
The 4x1.
And really, Wallace, it must be the track.
Second was Grammar School, 51.03. And third, Thomas Saunders Secondary, 51.69.
So there you have it, the time for
ready?
the last race. Let's see, junior boys. So now we have the intermediate girls at the starting ready. Very soon they will be off and running. And they're off.
And that's the start of the 4x1 intermediate girls.
So it's first leg.
Out on the outside, that looks like
heading into the first changeover.
Well.
So it's here we are, go. Barreley is in there for heading into the second changeover. And a good handover there by Barreley. Barreley bending the Trumoka is inside, but Barreley is out front. Trumoka is falling. So too is Georgetown. But this would be interesting. Barreley handover now. Georgetown, Girls High School, and Barreley is away. Looking at the home. Is it Thomas Saunders? No, Trumoka. This is interesting. Barreley wins it. Trumoka second. Tight finish for third. And really Barreley again dominating there. Running away with it. And good changeover by Barreley. You saw that changeover on the second leg and on the third leg. And there it is, the final leg. Barreley just running away with it.
Yes, and as I said, we noticed some of the schools when they were actually changing the pattern into the other hand. I mean, we allow the last leg to do that because that person is not going to change. They're going to pass the pattern.
So that's Barreley, Trumoka. Let's see the third place position. Looks like Georgetown. Looks like Georgetown just tipping it ahead of the Girls High School and Thomas Saunders. Georgetown in third position. So we're going to have the intermediate boys, 4x100 meters. And get the starters in a few.
Senior boys high jump, 1.81 meters, 1.81 meters. We get ready for the 4x100 meters intermediate boys. In lane 1,
It was
Ontario. In lane 2, Thomas Saunders. In lane 3, St. Vincent Grammar School. In lane 4, Barreley. Lane 5, Union Island. Lane 6, St. Martin Secondary. Lane 7, Bookerman Bay. And in Lane 8, Bethel.
So that's the starting lineup for the boys 4x1 intermediate. And St. Martin's, they are in lane number 6. And now at the starters ready. Yes, St. Vincent Grammar School.
And there they go. Off to a good start, St. Martin
There they are. So as they go around, looking for the first changeover. It's going to be interesting. And they're off. It is Bethel on the far side. Union Island coming through. The handover. St. Martin's is there. Barley looking for the third changeover as they hit into that straight. Looking for handover. St. Martin's takes it. This race is off. It is between St. Martin's, Barley, Grammar School, Thomas Saunders. Barley looks like they're going to take it. They do. It looks like St. Martin's coming in second. Certainly, again, a keenly contested race. And we'll get the replay in a while. But really, a beautiful run by the Barley secondary once again. And they're really showing their class. So there's the replay coming into the straight. Let's see. Barley. Grammar School. St. Martin. In fact, it looked like St. Martin tips it into second position. And Grammar School taking third. But Barley really there. A wonderful run into the straight. And capping it for Barley Secondary once again.
I have the winner of the junior girls relay race. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling fine.
All right, great. Tell me your name and, well, we can see GHS.
My name is Alia Scarrett and I'm from Girls High School.
All right, great. Tell me, Alia, what's the best advice you've ever received from any coach?
Never give up even when you're under lots of pressure.
No, that's solid. All right, is there anybody that you want to shout out?
My whole relay team, I guess. Siandra, Faith, and Janique.
All right, congratulations on the big win.
Thank you.
All right, let's get ready for the other relay.
So, seniors, 4x1.
In lane 2, PD Bedell. In lane 3, Girls High School. In lane 4, Barley. In lane 5, Bethel. Lane 6, North Union. Lane 7, Tumac, Ontario. And lane 8, St. Joseph Convent, Kingstown.
So there you had the starting lineup for the senior girls 4x100 meters relay. And this will be followed by the boys 4x100 meters relay. And then we go to the longer races. There's the 800, then the 2, and then the 4. So start as the seniors are already at the starting blocks. The officials just ensuring everything is in order. So there's Thomas Saunders, there's Petty Bedell, Girls High School, Barley Secondary, Bethel, North Union, Tumac, Ontario Secondary, and St. Joseph's Convent, Kingstown. Those are the schools represented. And in the preliminaries, the Barley Secondary had the best time of 51.79. So can they better that at this time? So they are ready. Up. And they're off. So there they go. As they go around the bend for the first time. Hitting into the straight for the first handover. Does so at this point. And they are really making some tracks. So St. Joseph's Convent Kingston is out front. There is Barley. Bethel is inside there. Barley, Chomoka, North Union, St. Joseph Convent Kingston. They head for the third changeover. Barley gets it first. Off they go. Bethel is chasing behind. Looking for the next changeover. In fact, Barley runs away with it easily. North Union coming through, and beautiful race there. Again, we see the class of the students of the Barley Secondary. Well trained, well coached, and here is the replay. As we look at that student coming around the bend. Is that Richards? Looks like, yes. Barley into the final straight. And there they go. So it's Barley heading into the straight. Look at those strides. Look at the effort. North Union on the far side coming through. Barley takes it. North Union, Bethel in third, Girls High School in fourth position. So again, we see Barley dominating. This race should be a keen contest. This is the senior boys. Okay.
All right, with me I have a member of the winning squad of the relay race. Tell me your name and what school.
Alia Matdo from Central Leeward Secondary School.
All right, Alia. How are you feeling?
Good.
Feeling good? You're feeling good? All right. So besides track and field, is there any other sport that you just love?
Yeah, cricket.
Ooh, why?
Because it's a fun sport to play, different than track and field.
Okay, so do I have to look out for you in West Indies squad, or what's up?
Maybe.
All right, congratulations on your big win, all right? Let's get ready for the relay.
So, and one could already see the players at the starters for the first leg. You can see St. Martin's doing a bit of exercise, stretching those muscles, and in position for the start. And there they go. They're off and running for the first changeover. Going around the bend and hitting into the straight. The first handover taking place. And you can see Bethel there, St. Martin's. So too is Shumoka. And third handover, St. Martin's. Good leg. But this is interesting. St. Martin's coming through. Will we see the handover? Let's look at it. There it is. Handover. The race is off. They come around the bend. Looking into the straight. Let's see. Chomoka. St. Martin's seemed to tip it just ahead of Grammar School. But really, that was a beautiful run from the Chomoka Ontario Secondary School. Wallace. So here is the replay. That's the final handover. St. Martin, Bethel, Grammar School. There is Shumoka. Now is the final handover. And they're off. Look at it. Chomoka. Look at the effort. Look at the effort. And that athlete from St. Martin really clocking some time. And seemed to tip it from the grammar school. So it's Chomoka St. Martin Grammar School unofficially. So again, one would anticipate records have been tumbling. So following this, we are going to have the 800 meters intermediate girls, followed by the 800 meters intermediate boys, then the seniors, both boys and girls. Yes, I'm not too sure. It doesn't look like Kyo ran that. Certainly the workload on a number of these students is great. It can take a toll on the body. Maybe saving up for later. Same three in grammar school, Barley and the St. Martin. So again, we see some keen competition, and we'll wait for the official point standing as we go forward. So we are just preparing ourselves for the 800 meters intermediate girls, and you're going to have the girls' high, the Georgetown Secondary, Bethel High, Chomoka, Barley Secondary, 2 athletes in there, St. Clair Dakin Secondary, Girls High School, Petty Bedell, and the Georgetown Secondary. So again, you might have 2 students from Georgetown, 2 from Barley, and I think that's the advantage, having 2 students in your starting lineup. So here we have it, starting lineup. And Georgetown. So there we have it, the starting lineup for the 800 meters. This would be some 2 laps around the ground here at the Sir Vincent Beach National Stadium, a 400-meter track. And really, it's a lovely day. I took a walk a while ago, and certainly a very good crowd here at Sir Vincent. A number of officials are also here. So we're still awaiting the start of the 800 meters intermediate girls. Let's see, in the 800, I'm looking at the preliminary time. I think Barley secondary sporting the best time in the preliminaries, 2 minutes 39.56 seconds. That's the best time in that. Followed by, I think, say Chomoka Secondary, as well as the other athlete from Barley, who are 2 minutes 44.04 seconds. So there's a tie there, and
The senior girls long jump. Currently in progress.
So just here we have it. The senior girls high jump just about completed. And the senior girls long jump is in progress. So again, those field events adding some points to the females. So it's going to be pretty interesting, the final count. So we are going to have some medal presentation before we have the 800 meters intermediate
Ontario
girls.
Secondary and the principal of the Sandy Bay Secondary. We're asking the athletes for the relays, please make it to the presentation area. All the athletes or the representative, whoever is going to collect in the medals on behalf of the team, please make it over to the presentation area. All the athletes, if you know you were did a top 3, please send a representative to the presentation area so we can get these out of the way very quickly. We start with the junior girls 4 by 100 meters. That was a record-breaking event. Third, Thomas Saunders Secondary School, time of 55.63 seconds. So that's third for the 4 by 100 meter relay juniors, girls. Second, the Tuamoka Ontario Secondary, a time of 55.39 seconds. And lowering the time to take the top spot rather, and a new record of 55.27 seconds. The St. Vincent Girls High School. That are your junior girls relay top 3. On to the boys, another record-breaking event. Third, Thomas Saunders Secondary with a time of 51.69 seconds. Representative from Thomas Saunders. Boys, please, let's do this properly. Second, from the St. Vincent Grammar School, 51.03 seconds. And lowering their time set at the heats, setting a new record of 50.06 seconds, the St. Martin's Secondary School. So the Tuamoka Ontario Secondary receiving for the boys. And that is your top 3 for the junior boys. We now go to the intermediate girls. Third, the Georgetown Secondary School, 52.97 seconds. Second, the Tuamoka Ontario Secondary, 51.87 seconds. And taking gold in 51.72 seconds, the Barley Secondary School. Those are your intermediate girls. Top 3. And now we go to the intermediate boys. third, St. Vincent Grammar School, 46.08 seconds. Taking silver, the St. Martin Secondary School, 45.92 seconds. And running away with the gold, the Barley Secondary School, 45.74 seconds. Your intermediate 4x1s. Move over to the senior girls. And can we just have a representative, please, for the medals? Senior girls in third, the Bethel High School, 53.02 seconds. Can we have a representative from Bethel? Oh, she's coming. From the North Union Secondary, silver, 52.86 seconds. Bethel High taking bronze. North Union taking the silver. 51.27 seconds. The Barley Secondary School taking the gold. All right, and final for the relays, the senior boys. Another record-breaking event today. In third, the St. Vincent Grammar School, 44.11 seconds. Second, the St. Martin Secondary School, 44.08 seconds. And lowering the time set by the St. Vincent Grammar School in the heats, our new record, Tomoka, Ontario Secondary School, 43.81 seconds. Your senior 4x100 meter champion. I'm not sure if our senior girls for the high jump think they're jumping for the long jump. So we'll wait on those medals. Thank you very much, principals. As we send it back to Mr. Oh, the announcement. Can the driver of PV172, you're blocking someone who wants to leave. PV172, we're asked to remove your vehicle immediately. Thank you.
place on the far side. And it's pretty interesting, Wallace. We just had the update in terms of the points standing in the girls, female division, team scores. Barely second out front on 300 points, followed by the girls high school in second position, quite a distance. There are 171 points. Georgetown Secondary in third on 146 points. Thomas Saunders fourth, 120. In fact, Thomas Saunders and Chomoka Secondary tied in fourth position on 122 points. So those are the top in the female team divisions. And in the male, it's Barley Secondary on 223 points. St. Martin Secondary, 211. The St. Vincent Grammar School, 208. And fourth would be Chomoka, Ontario, Secondary on 86. Georgetown, fifth
National
on
Lotteries
85.
Authority. They were also the title sponsors
So
for the
that's the point standing
Athletics
as
Championship.
recently updated.
We want to say a special thanks to Korea's Distributors Department for their assistance with refreshments, electrolyte drinks for the athletes. We also want to say a very special thanks to the Rapid Relief team from OSV. They have been providing refreshments for athletes and officials around the arena. We express our sincere gratitude to you. The St. Vincent Red Cross continues to provide human service. And then we have the drumming troop. The drumming troop has made a difference today with a consistent rhythm that you would have been hearing throughout the championships this morning. We will resume at 2 p.m. At 2 p.m. we should be approaching that time. We start with the 800 meters. The 800 meters, all classes, intermediate and senior that is, and then we go to the 200 meters. We then do the relays and we do the awards ceremonies.
There you have it. There should be
Again,
a
we
15-minute
want to
break
thank
before
all
we
of
get
the
back to the 800,
government, ministry
the track
officials
events.
of the different ministries.
So in
who
another
are here.
15 minutes,
We
we'll
want
bring it
thank
to you
the
live
principals
here from the St.
and
Vincent
staff
Beach National
of the
Stadium
participating
at Diamond
schools, 26
under
schools
beautiful
that
conditions, a
participated
sun-filled
in
day,
this
nice
competition. We
cooling
want to
breeze
thank
blowing across the ground.
the principals
So until
and
such
staff of
time,
the Ministry of Education
when we come
in
back to
particular,
you.
for facilitating this important aspect of the students' career pathway in school, and the ministry responsible for sport for providing us with the technical officials and general coordination of activities that led to the day's finals. The police, we thank you for the band on the 2 days of competition, as well as for the provision of security around the arena on both days. Thank you so very much. If we have omitted anybody in the process, then we express our apologies. They were among the first to get. Thanks. And there we see Leroy Llewellyn. He fancied himself as a runner some years ago. Apparently, he used to do distance running. Don't remember how many medals he got, but he used to run. So to his brother Vamps Llewellyn. They were also runners in their heyday, their youth, as we used to say. Okay, so we have just been given a key ring with some keys. Some Christy Daniel is the name on the key ring, Christy Daniel. It's a bunch of 5 keys. If you missed them, could you please check us at the Secretariat, the announcer's booth. It's a Christy Daniels key ring. 5 rings. Could the owner please come and claim? I want everybody to hear what I said. So we haven't gotten the results for the high jump senior girls and the long jump senior girls. I think the long jump senior girls is now taking place. Long jump intermediate boys and high jump senior boys is currently, they just finished. So if we have those, we'll give out those awards as soon as possible.
And your 2023 long jump senior girls champion from the Georgetown Secondary School, Samaya Cornell, with a distance of 5.03 meters. This is a call room. If you could call for the intermediate boys long jump. Intermediate boys long jump call room. And also 800-meter athletes start to report to the call room.
So we're ready to get the afternoon session going. And the officials were given an opportunity to imbibe some refreshments. And we are ready for a 2 p.m. restart. A 2 p.m. restart. That would put us just about half an hour behind schedule. We believe we would be able to get here before nightfall.
And ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. Someone has misplaced a bunch of keys that has a car key on it. It's a clearly defined vehicle key. So if you, at wherever you are stationed, if you could just look around your environs, if you happen to see a bunch of keys, please bring them down to the finish line area. Thank you.
We know that everybody is anxious to leave everybody else's vehicle behind. So the owner of the keys, do you see the keys? Could you please bring it for us? In the meantime, we have a bunch of keys here, 5 of them, and we would like to give
All right, so we're going to present the senior boys, what was that, high jump? And the girls' long jump. All right, so Galen, John, Amaya, Edwards, Samaya, Connell, Dewell, Francis, Jahil, Williams, and AJ Delplesh, please make it to the awards area. Can I have a presenter from the association, please? Quickly, let's do this so we can get back on the track. Thanks very much. I only need one. That's okay for now. So these awards will be presented by the principal of the St. Vincent Joseph Convent, Mariaqua. So these are the awards for the long jump senior and high jump senior. Miss Connell. Francis, is Francis there as well? Okay, we have all of them. All right, so we're going first with the long jump senior. Third from the Barley Secondary School, Galen John, with a distance of 4.7172 meters. Second for the St. Vincent Joseph Convent, from the St. Joseph Convent, Kingstown, Amaya Edwards, 4.83 meters. And from the Georgetown Secondary School, Samaya Connell, 5.03 meters. Those are your long jump senior girls. Our high jump senior boys, third, Dewell Francis of the Barley Secondary School, 1.78 meters. Silver, Jahi Williams of the St. Vincent Grammar School. He also did 1.78. And taking gold from the Pretty Bedell Secondary School with a distance of 1.85 meters, AJ Delplesh. Those are your senior boys as I send it back to the track. before we go to the track, Kema Rose, Ma Rose, you've been asked to meet your mother at the pavilion, please. Kema Rose.
Welcome back to the Vincent Beach Stadium here at Diamond for the continuation of the track events. Yeah, if you're looking at your screen, you will see some replays of the 4x1 relays, and very soon we are going to have the intermediate girls 800 meters. And just prior to that, the last update we got in terms of the points standing in the girls, the female team scores: Barley Secondary School 300 points, the girls high school in second position 171 points, the Georgetown Secondary 146, Thomas Saunders and the Chumuka Ontario Secondary both tied on fourth position on 122 points. In the male team scores, Barley out front with 223 points, St. Martin's Secondary on 211 points, and the St. Vincent Grammar School on 208 points. That's the top three. Chumuka Ontario Secondary School on fourth, 86 points, and the Georgetown Secondary in fifth on 85 points. So the athletes now for the 800 intermediate girls getting to the starting lineup, and the schools represented are the Georgetown Secondary, Bethel High, Chumuka Ontario Secondary, Barley Secondary, St. Clair Dakin Secondary, the Girls High School, Petty Bedell Secondary, and the George Stevens Secondary. So there we have it. That's the starting lineup. And 800 meters. That's 2 laps around the park here. It's a 400-meter track. Number of records have tumbled in this event and the various events. But so the intermediate girls just about getting ready.
Bethel. In lane 3, Jakisha Kelly, Chumuka, Ontario. In lane 4, Royalie Solomon, Barley. In lane 5, Kessiana John, Barley. In lane 6, Ebony Nanton, St. Clair Dakin. In lane 7, Angelisa Cork, Girls High School. In lane 8, Ashanique Edwards, Petty Bedell. And in lane 9, from Georgetown, Junica Quao. Athletes are reminded to cut in only at the green cone, please. And that's the start of the 800 meters intermediate girls. They're on the first 100 meters in lane, and at the 300 meter mark, they're allowed to all move into lane 1.
there. Chumuka not giving up. He's still in the mix. So too is the other student for Georgetown. And Barley still leading. Georgetown, Barley. That's the top three so far as they go past us. Round the bend at the southern end. Chumuka losing pace, but Barley, Georgetown. But it looks like Georgetown winning. Barley in first position as they turn on the eastern side. Still Barley in the lead. Georgetown is there. So too is Barley. Still in the first three. Georgetown now, we can see hands going to the hip. Not a good sign as they turn on the far corner. Coming around to hit the final corner for the home stretch. Barley glances over her shoulder as she comes around the bend for the final time. Looking ahead to the finish line. This could be a very interesting encounter. But Barley is striding away. Georgetown looks beaten. She's glancing over her shoulder, holding her hips. Barley in third position, just struggling to hold on. But Barley will come away with it easily and comfortably. She takes it now. Barley winning there. And Georgetown just about cruising home in second position, followed by Chumuka Ontario Secondary in third, and the Georgetown coming in fourth. Barley again in the fifth position. That's the top five. Girls High School closing in on sixth, and the Bethel High in the seventh position. So that completed the activity. So two athletes didn't make it to the finish line. And it is Barley again extending their lead in the female team division in terms of points. And in fact, they are in an unassailable position at the moment. So Barley will take the female team division. And look at the strides going into this stretch as she comes around the bend for the final 300 meters. And she looks very, very comfortable. And Georgetown just looking over her shoulder. And there they go. Barley running away with it rather easily. And Wallace, another good run by the Barley Secondary School.
Yes, Barley has been outstanding. It's not by any accident. I know they have been putting a lot of work. I wonder sometimes
800 intermediate boys, you get ready for the senior girls and senior boys 800. We have the 800 meters to start. 800 meters intermediate boys.
So that's the completion of the 800 intermediate girls. And we're now going to have the 800 intermediate boys coming up. Already we can see the starters getting into position just in front of us here. Two laps. You can see already St. Martin's Secondary. There is Grammar School in the mix. In fact, there are two students from Grammar School. I think I see Bethel High. So to the Emmanuel High.
Sean Kane, Bethel in 2. Israel Cumberbatch, Grammar School 3. Lee Jenny Scott, Manuel Nespo in 4. Kamal Rock, Union Island in 5. Zahim Michael, Grammar School in 6. Joshua Prescott, St. Martin's in 7. And Glenroy Lane, Barley in 8.
So that's the starting lineup for this the 800 intermediate boys. They are at the starter very soon, and they're off. And let's see how they will approach this as they go around the bend at the southern end. Looking to hit that straight on the eastern side. But there's Grammar School going along rather smoothly. On the outside, you can see Barley Secondary now being able to cut in after the first 300 meters. Barley still going. There, then St. Martin's behind. and Grammar School. So it's Grammar School, Barley, Grammar School, St. Martin's, Bethel High. As they come around that bend, looking up for the last 100 meters for the 400. And you can hear the bell signaling that there will be one more lap. Georgetown still going. Barley is in there. So too is St. Martin. Barley takes the lead. Grammar School is still there. So too is St. Martin. Grammar School in 4th. Bethel in 5th position as they go around the southern bend. Still striding along very nicely. Going up on the eastern side. It's Grammar School, Barley, St. Martin as they come around that bend at the northern end. Grammar School, St. Martin's is still with him. Bethel, Barley is still there as they turn around this bend, coming around the final bend, looking up at the home stretch. This is going to be a tussle. Grammar School, St. Martin, Grammar School, St. Martin, Grammar School. St. Martin takes the lead. St. Martin is running away with it, and St. Martin takes it. Grammar School in 2nd, Barley in 3rd position. 4th is Grammar School, 5th is Bethel, and a beautifully timed race by St. Martin's there, Wallace.
Yes, I keep watching him all the time, and I say to myself, you gotta watch that guy, because he was there behind the leader and just
800 meters senior
walking off
girls
of him without really taking too much energy from himself. It's a good run.
Certainly a good run, and as he hit the home stretch, you can see him lengthening those strides, went past the Grammar School. At that time, you knew that Grammar School was beaten, just going to catch it because he showed that he had the energy to finish. So St. Martin.
I'm really interested in the male division, because the female is already locked.
Barley has run away with that. That's already locked down. So here is the replay as they come around that final curve. You look at the stride of the Grammar School in comparison to St. Martin's. He looks very relaxed, and now he starts to motor on, and there it is, going past the Grammar School and really taking it. Grammar School, you can see him. He knew that he was beaten, and he settled for 2nd. So I think Pamela should be very proud of this athlete for St. Martin.
Lane 5 from Sinclair Dakin, Shaffa Lane. Lane 6 from Girls High School, Julie Samuel. Lane 7 from Georgetown, Onicia Brown. And lane 8 from St. Joseph Convent, Kingston, Reonique Bacchus. Shaffield Lane and Julie Samuel have withdrawn from this event.
Is the St. Clair Dakin Secondary. And they're off. So it looks rather casual, going around rather smoothly. And there we see Barley Secondary, also known as the Central Leeward Secondary, out front. There is Bishop College, Bethel High is in there. Thomas Saunders along the way in 4th, but they go around the eastern side. How they turn to the curve at the north. Running very nicely there is the athlete from Barley. As she turns, looks up in the final 100 meters for the first 400. They have to make 2 laps here, but Barley going around very nicely. Here is Bishop College. looking to take the lead. She's in second position. Bethel High in fourth. Georgetown fourth. Thomas Saunders fifth. As they go around the bend here for the first time at the southern end, it's still Barley running along very nicely. You can look at the strides. Hands moving like pistons. Looks very much at home as he begins to stride along on the eastern side. And there is Bethel. It looks like a wobbling, using up a lot of energy. And now we see Bethel High. They're now easing into second position. So it's Barley, Bethel, Bishop College, and Barley still going along very nicely, very easily as she comes around the final curve, looking for that home stretch. As she goes around now, looks up into the home stretch. It's still Barley. It looks like she's running all by herself. Bethel in sixth position, a distant off. And she goes along merrily, easily. Thomas Saunders moving back into second position. And this would be sewn up by the Barley secondary. She hits the home run now. Barley takes it. And we look for the second. Distant. It's Bethel High second. Thomas Saunders third. Georgetown in fourth position. And here is Bishop College now coming in fifth position. And down she goes. And St. Joseph Convent Maracua holding the back of her left thigh, finishing in sixth position. But really, it was all Barley from the outset.
Yes. I'm happy for welcome.
So look at the replay there. Look at the ease in which she ran. And I think definitely she had the energy, not seeing that grimace on her face. Now she hits the home stretch, breathing very hard, but really well-timed, well-sought-out race by the Barley student there, and Chester Morgan would be proud.
Of course.
So there's Barley again extending their lead. So we now have the senior boys, 800 meters.
Lane 3, Citron Dentic, Philly Badel. Lane 4, Zachary Hepburn, Barley. Lane 5, Richmond John, Georgetown. Lane 6, Omar Batiste and Martins.
Lane 7, Jaheim Harry, Barley. And lane 8, Tano Sutherland, St. Vincent Grammar School.
And they're off on the first 100 meters. This is 800 meters, 2 laps. They are going along. Again, we look at the pace of the boys, a bit quicker than the girls. But there is hit on the eastern side, and you can see the Barley athletes already out front. Georgetown is there, so too is St. Martin. Petty Badel is there, Tromoka is there, and bringing up the rear is the grammar school. So this would be pretty interesting as Georgetown now looking to move into the leadership position as they come around the bend. And there goes the bell for the final leg, signal of the final leg. Georgetown still in there. He's going along rather nicely. So too the Barley athletes, both going neck and neck. It's Georgetown, Barley with 2 in second and third position. Petty Badel is in fourth. St. Martin fifth. Tromoka sixth. Grammar School in the cellar position. Georgetown looking to extend the lead as they go around the eastern side. He's striding along rather nicely. Can he maintain this momentum?
He's going, he's looking back, looking to see the gap between himself and the Barley students as he turns around the final curb, looking for the home stretch. He's striding away. He's going to be, it will be very difficult to beat him here as he goes around the bend for the final time, looking into the home stretch. He's striding away. There is Georgetown running away with it. Barley in second and third position. Here is Peter Badell looking to make a move to hit a third position. Thomas, there is it. Georgetown wins it. Barley in second and Petty Badell in third. There is Barley coming in fourth position as well, with Chomoka in fifth. I think St. Martin's Grammar School coming in the cellar position in sixth.
That's Mitch and John.
Just look at the replay. Look at him going around the bend, looking at the home stretch. He glances over his shoulder. And look at the strides. The energy is there. And he's really pumping it. And the Barley student was totally out of it, just going to catch him. But there was Petty Badell in the last 50 or so meters, really making a run and coming in the third position. So Georgetown. Okay.
So that he can make it to the bus on time, to the vehicle on time.
Events. With me, I have the winners of the intermediate 800-meter races. Tell me your name.
Cassie and John.
Joshua Prescott.
Alrighty, so you are from Barley Secondary School in St. Martin's. Familiar face. You've won before? Alright, champ. Okay, tell me, as young athletes, who inspires you? Huh? As young athletes, who inspires you?
My mom and my coach.
Your mom and your coach? What about you?
Same, my mother and my coach, and outside Guyana runner who name of Kirani James. He runs 400. I'm also a 400 runner. Why did not run it today? He's also one of my inspirations.
Alright, well, good to know, good to know. Again, congratulations, alright guys? Alright, we're getting ready to go to the event.
Remember, we changed the
All right, so there we have it. Mitch and John of the Georgetown Secondary coming away with the goal. Zitri Hebon, again Barley student. He has been an outstanding student for Barley. And Zidron Bentik of Petty Badell coming in third. I think he is. And followed by Jahim Harry of the Barley Secondary School. Chomoka in fifth. St. Martin sixth. St. Vincent Grammar School 6, and Joel Hector of the Emmanuel High Mespo coming in the 7th position. So there we have it. Then we are going to move on to the 200 meters. Junior boys, junior girls. So 200-meter junior girls. And the schools represented here. Very soon we'll get that list. It would be Thomas Saunders Secondary. There they are. Girls High School. So the Girls High School and Thomas Saunders having 2 athletes each in this event. So this would be one looking, and so Barley is still in the mix, adding more points to their tally, looking to add more points really. So well, you rightly said it, rubbing salt in the wound. And so there's upcoming the junior boys 200 meters, and then the intermediate, and then the seniors.
Second, Zachary Hepburn of Barley, 203.46. And third, Sidron Bentic of Pidibodel, 204.52. Congratulations, Mitron. You're not only the winner, you're
So
also the new record.
yeah, on the far side. So we are having the field events. And we're going to have the long jumps. There we see St. Martin. There too is Grammar School along with Thomas Saunders. St. Martin. Let's see. And you can see just about getting ready for the tournaments. We'll have to wait for the update of the final results.
All right, so these are the 800-meter.
So it seems we're going to, while we're having the long jumps, we're going to have the medal presentations.
And then can I have a principal of the Emmanuel High School to please make these presentations.
A new record set by Georgetown. And that's from Mitron John. And in the girls 800.
All right, so these presentations will be made by the principal of the George Stevens Senior Secondary.
Yes.
Athletes for the 800 meters, please make it to the presentation ceremony.
So there's the medal presentation, and in the intermediate 800 girls, a new record of 2 minutes 31.59 seconds by Kisiana John. So that's a new record, and really, you alluded to it earlier. It will be very interesting to see how many records have tumbled in this event. But I guess at the end of this event, the tally, you have an idea as to how many records really tumbled in the 2023 Intersecondary Athletics meet.
I think this in itself is supposed to be a record.
Yeah, it should be a record, and I'm convinced that the track has a lot to do with it. So on the far side, you have the medal presentations, while we also have the long jumps going on. Just the athletes, they're now getting back into their various positions. Thomas Saunders.
And we start with the intermediate.
So the medal presentations taking place at the moment.
Second.
Oh, yeah.
Boys. Okay, we'll start with the boys. Intermediate boys. Third from the Barley Secondary School, Glenroy Lane. Time of 2 minutes, 8.33 seconds. Second from the St. Vincent Grammar School, Israel Kamabach. 2.065 seconds. And taking the gold for the St. Martin Secondary School, Joshua Prescott. 2 minutes, 5.437. Can we do the intimate girls now? Ontario Secondary, Zakisa Kelly with third. Janika Kwao of the Georgetown Secondary second. 10 minutes 38.90 seconds. And setting a new record of 2 minutes 31.59 seconds from the Barley Secondary School, Kessiana John. And those are your intermediate 800-meter winners. Now we go to the seniors. Senior boys. Senior boys is also a record-breaking event. In third, we have Sidron Bentic from the Pittsburgh Secondary School. 2 minutes 4.52 seconds. In second, Zitri Hedburn of the Barley Secondary School, 2 minutes 3.46 seconds. And running into the record books from the Georgetown Secondary School, 2 minutes 3.21 seconds, Mitron John. And do we have the senior girls? Senior girls, 3, Kalisa Lois, Jarisha Barker. Kanisha, welcome. Can you make your way to the presentation area? Quickly, if you're coming, please. Lois from Thomas Saunders Secondary, Jarisha Barker, Bethel High School. Kalisha, welcome. Barley Secondary School. All right, so we have second and first place there. And the Truamaka, or the Thomas Saunders is coming, so we will wait. Slightly injured, but she will take her place on the podium. Give her a round of applause. Kalisa Lois from the Thomas Saunders Secondary School. And she will take her place on the podium, collecting her bronze medal at a time of 2 minutes 45.81 seconds. Taking the third position. From the Bethel High School, Jarisha Barker, running for silver, 2 minutes 43.69 seconds. And taking gold from the Barley Secondary School, Kanisha, welcome. 2 minutes 37.39 seconds. And those are your senior girls as we head back to the track.
Thank you very much, Tamara. Competitors on the track for the 200 meters junior girls. In lane 1, Olesia Phillips of Thomas Saunders. In lane 2, Rahelia James of North Union. Lane 3, Alia Scarrett of Girls High School. Lane 4, Alexander Peters of Union Island. Lane 5, Ariana Miller, Barley. Lane 6, Tine Brown, Thomas Saunders. Lane 7, Aqua Jack, Bookman Bay. Lane 8, Ciandra Scarborough, Girls High School.
Intermediate, the girls, 200 meters. That's the junior girls, 200 meters. Yes. So they're at the starting point.
Now getting ready for the takeoff. There they go. Off and running as they come around that bend at the northern end. This is going to be interesting. Good curve coming around that curve. It's going to be interesting how they approach the straight. It's really stretching away here. It looks like Union Island. Union Island out front. Barley. Girls High School. This looks like, is that looking at North Union Secondary? Seems to be in 4th position. But Union Island running away there with that 200 meters. And in fact, part, let me just, they replace with us. They're coming along the bend.
All right, on the track now for the 200 meters junior boys. 200-meter junior boys in lane 1.
So that was Union Island there, running away, barely secondary in 2nd position. It looks like Girls High School. On North Union in the 3rd, there is Thomas Saunders coming through, I think, in 5th position. So this is the junior boys, 200 meters.
Lane 7, Jaden Ogaro, Thomas Saunders, and lane 8, Telon Costa of St. Vincent Grammar School.
So North Union with 2 athletes in this category. So too St. Vincent Grammar School.
White flag starter.
So Canawan is in there. So too is Barley Secondary. St. Martin Secondary, as well as Thomas Saunders. And they're off. So Grammar School looking to stretch, but he's on the outer lane. So as they turn around the curve. So looking for the straight. This is going to be pretty interesting. Who is interesting? Who is in the lead there? Looks, and he tips it. Is it Union Island? St. Martin. In fact, 2 athletes are down just in front of us. We would have that replay in a while. But it was a good tussle coming through the finishing there. And you can see the medics giving some assistance. This is the replay here. This is Union Island. That's Union Island. Is Union Island coming through. Union Island. Bethel. Barley second there is Bishop College. St. Martin's coming in at about 5th. And really, again, Union Island coming away victorious. They did it with the girls. And now they have done it with the boys. So we now go to the seniors. The intermediate. Intermediate girls.
In lane 5 from Thomas Saunders, Shaquania Jacobs. In lane 6 from Barley, Kenisha Richards. In lane 7 from Bethel High School, Alicia Guy. And lane 8 from Toronto. On the Ontario School, Rana Patterson.
So they're not starting. So this would be the intermediate girls getting into the starting blocks. Yes, they are off and running. Looks like as they come around the northern bend. Barley is out looking very good. Looking as they hit the home stretch. It's Barley. It's Georgetown. Barley wins it. Barley second. Georgetown third. Girls High School fourth. And I think Union Island just pulling up there in fifth position. But again, we see very good runs by Barley. And here's the replay as they come around the bend. Look at that athlete from Barley. Look at the strides. Georgetown is in there, but just couldn't catch up. And on the outside, you have Barley coming through, taking the top two spots. And Georgetown had to settle for third. So now we go to the intermediate boys.
Kevin Williams, St. Martin Secondary with a new record of 25.26 seconds.
So intermediate boys on that far side. The records continue to tumble. And it's just about getting in the starting blocks.
In lane 1, Toronto Baptiste, Sandy Bay. In lane 2, Damari Roberts, Barley. Lane 3, Raphael Garraway Jr., Canwan. In lane 4, Loic Paul, St. Vincent Grammar School. Lane 5, Jermaine Teixeira, Union Island
Secondary. Lane 6, from Barley, Jaheim Williams. Lane 7, from the Sinclair Dakin Secondary, Rolando Richards. And in lane 8, Sean Henry, St. Vincent Grammar School. And there they go, the start of the 200 meters intermediate boys. And as they come here, let's see what's happening there on the outside here. It looks, it's going to be a total upset here. That is... From Union Island, Jermaine Teixeira winning this one here for Union Island, upsetting the apple cart completely. A second from St. Vincent Grammar School. Loic Paul of St. Vincent Grammar School was second. And of course, in third, that looks like Williams. Jaheim Williams of Barley. That's the way they finished. We're going to give you the results. Another new record established here. Ania Patrick of Georgetown Secondary was third in the 200 meters intermediate girl, 26.72. Second, Kenisha Richards of Barley, 26.48. And the winner, Shakima Francis of Barley, in a new record time of 25.45 seconds. Now we go on to the senior girls. Senior girls 200 meters. In lane 1, Elizabeth Solomon of Bethel. In lane 2, Jadisha Samuel Girls High School. Lane 3, Carisha Peters North Union. Lane 4, Ketona Campbell Bethel. Lane 5, Trish Henson Barley. Lane 6, Gaylan John Barley. Lane 7, Agriana Miller Bookerman Bay. And lane 8, Brianna Peters of North Union. Starter. And there they go. In this one, it is Gail and John from Barrel.
So they come around the bend, turning for the home stretch. Barley is there. Bethel. Barley. Bethel. Barley. Bethel. Barley wins it. Bethel second. Barley third. Again, we see the dominance of Barley.
Winning this one ahead of Trish Henson of Barley.
So here comes the replay as they come around the bend into the straight. Barley, Bethel, Barley, and Barley just tipping it ahead of. It's not finished yet. And it's going to be pretty interesting. It appears as if Bethel just getting the two ahead. So this is senior boys 200 meters. This one is expected to be a very fast one.
Senior boys 200 meters. We have a number of the athletes using their blocks in this event. Senior boys 200 meters.
So the boys are the starters ready. She quite using the starting blocks.
Again, we want to thank the Red Cross. We want to thank
some eager spectators ahead.
So the competitors for the 200 meters senior boys as they go through their final paces and setting their blocks. In lane 1 from Grammar School, Matthew Robinson. In lane 2 from Georgetown, Mitran John. In lane 3 from Union Island, Dewan Collis. Lane 4 from St. Vincent Grammar School, Keo Davis. Lane 5 from Kitty Badell, AJ Delpesh. Lane 6 from Tumac, Ontario, Delron Delpesh. Lane 7 from Barley, Ricardo Williams. And lane 8 from Buckerman Bay, Javel Da Silva.
Wallace, I think you have to give a lot of the athletes some credit for showing the stamina, because they have just completed some races and they are back to run again for their schools. And there are a couple names there that will just jump out at you. I see Mitran John from the Georgetown Secondary is still there. So too is Keo Davis, AJ Delpesh. Those are just some of the names that just quickly jump out at you. And there they all go. They're off. Coming around that curve at the northern end. It's a good blistering pace as they turn around that bend. The race is off. Petty Badell is there. Grammar School, Union Island, Grammar School, Petty Badell. And I think that's Union Island in third position. And really a very fast race. Not going to be surprised if another record tumble. Now here they are as they come around that northern curve into the home stretch. Grammar School, Petty Badell, Union Island, Grammar School powering his way through. Look at his breathing. There's Grammar School now moving in to that comfortable first position. Then comes Petty Badell. Then comes Union Island. taking the top 3 position in this, the senior boys 200 meters. So that's complete those events. From here we move on to the relays. We're going to have the junior girls 4x200. So to the junior boys, then we go to the intermediate, and then to the seniors.
But then the intermediate and seniors, they're doing 4x400.
Yeah, the seniors should be the 4x400.
Whereas the juniors are doing 4x400.
In fact, the intermediate would be doing 4x400. The juniors would be doing the 4x2. The intermediate 4x4, and the seniors also 4x4.
You know that they're improving when they break records the way in which we are seeing them working today.
So it's going to be the time for the relays in a short while.
Waiting for the official results. Then we will be able to tell you whether or not there was a record established.
And we are doing pretty well in terms of time.
Yes, yes. As I say again, kudos to the PE teachers and the call room. Once the PE teachers cooperate with the call room and they make the call.
Carl Lewis is here to use the run for North Union, and come in time to see North
So things have been flowing rather smoothly, and one would anticipate that we're going to have a finish by 4.
Davis. We are here with Keo Davis, who has been dominating today. Keo even broke a record. Tell us, how are you feeling?
It's been a tiring day.
The result of the senior boys 200 meters. The one Collis of Union Island in third.
Give my team some points.
22.14 seconds.
All right. So tell me, what was your training like leading up to this? It had to have been intense, yeah?
It was some grueling training and some ups and downs.
New record holder.
But it was good.
Keo Davis and Vincent Grammar School. 21.6.
We gotta let him go, man. We gotta let him go. Go get your medals. Thank you so much. All right, you've seen it from the champ himself.
The privilege of sleeping a little bit late tomorrow. But again, congratulations. Well, there are some schools, the reports will have already been presented, and I think they are looking forward for the much needed break, and rightly so. Okay. So we just about going to witness some of the replays of the events. So here we come. And the senior boys, as they come around that curve, that's where the challenge really lies. And grammar school pumping away. So too is Petty Bedell, Union Island, and grammar school just simply powering their way to the top. And so too Petty Bedell, Union Island as well, taking the top 3 top positions. And let's look at this one again as they come around the curve. Powering their way in the center. This is the intermediate. Look at Union Island. Look at grammar school. There's Bishop College as well. Union Island tips it in the intermediate. Grammar school in second. And there's the girls. This is the senior girls as they come around the curve. Barley is there. So too is Bokomant Bay. But Barley, Bethel, Barley, Bethel, Barley, Bethel, Barley. And Barley snaps it. In fact, it's going to be a tight finish. One looks at that. And Here comes the intermediate. So there is Barley. Georgetown is there. So too is Girls High School. Union Island is also in that mix as they stretch it out, as they stretch out on the home stretch. Barley running away with it like an express train. Barley taking the top 2 positions, and Georgetown coming through on the third. So here we are with the intermediate boys. Boys. Come on. It's St. Martin. St. Martin. And Barley. So too. So just hitting through. So there's an update in terms of the points standing.
In second position, Girls High School, 190 points. And in third position, Barley, 368 points.
In the boys division, in fifth position, Trumac, Ontario, 98 points. In fourth position, Georgetown Secondary, 98 points. In third position, 236 points. In second position, St. Vincent Grammar School, 257 points. And in the lead, the Barley Secondary School, 272 points. It all comes down to the relays and the long jump. Those are the last events. We have 6 relays and we have the long jump. They are currently 15 points separating Barley and Grammar School. So you can actually check the next set of points as we go ahead. Go ahead.
Still getting, okay, sound is back. So we go straight into the presentation right here, right now for the 200 meters. We start with the junior girls, rather. Third, Aliyah Skerritt of the Girls High School, 28 seconds. Taking the silver from the Barley Secondary School, Ari Miller, 27.59 seconds. And these presentations being made by the principal, the St. Joseph Convent, Kingstown. And taking gold for the Union Island Secondary, Kazia Alexander Peters. All right, junior boys, and that's your top 3 girls. We now go to the junior boys, and that's a record. In third, the St. Vincent Grammar School, 25.58. Tylon DeCosta from St. Vincent Grammar School. Taking the silver, Daniel Wami of the Barley Secondary School, 25.33. And lowering his time again, set at the heats, 25.26, setting a new record. Kevin Williams of the St. Martin Secondary School. And that was our junior category. We move now to the intermediates. Our intermediate girls also set a new record. Taking third from the Georgetown Secondary School, Ania Patrick, 26.72 seconds. Silver from the Barley Secondary School and the Little 1 and 2, Kenisha Richards, 26.48 seconds. And setting a new time of 25.45 seconds, Shakinia Francis of the Barley Secondary School, running herself straight into the record books. We move now to the intermediate boys. From the Barley Secondary School, Jaheim Williams, 23.21 seconds. St. Vincent Grammar School, second, 22.87. Loic Paul. And switching it up on everybody from the Union Island Secondary School, 22.83, Jermaine Teixeira. That's your top three for the intermediates. We head over to the seniors. From the Barley Secondary School, Galen John, 26.67 seconds. Taking silver again from the Barley Secondary School, Trish Henson, 26.24 seconds. And clinching the top spots with a time of 26.22, Katana Campbell of the Bethel High School. As we head into the 200 relays, we close off with another record-breaking event, the senior boys, 200 meters. Third for the Union Island Secondary School, Dejan Collis, 22.14. Second from the Petit Bedell Secondary School, AJ Delplesh, 22.07 seconds. And crushing the records by 9 seconds, 21.73 from the St. Vincent Grammar School, Keo Davis. And now he replaces his name in the record books. So as I send it back to the track, we know we're going to be on edge for the next set of relays. Over to you, Keith.
We're into the final round of competition in the men's long
It's time
jump.
for the relays.
As the athletes for the 200.
While the field event still taking place on the far side, the long jump. It's going to be pretty interesting in terms of the tallying of the points.
From the results we have come to as many as 16 new records.
That's 16 records already broken for the day.
Before we go, the driver of G133, you're blocking somebody. Can you please
Yes.
remove your vehicle?
In the
And
field
if
events.
anyone has lost a pair of shades in the stand
Exactly.
just above me,
So lots of records have tumbled.
you can come and collect it.
Records been established also. There's K2. I think he's a high record holder.
This is Thomas Sanders, secondary.
We now have the athletes on the track for the 4x200 meters junior. We have male and female in this event, after which we go to the 4x400 meters. And after that, we have the award ceremony. Again, we want to say our thanks to the National
I think that's a very good jump. I'm looking at that as he bounded. Look at the legs as
Careers Distribution Limited.
and here we have seen the girls getting into their various positions for the 4x200 meters. Really?
Thank you. The the planning division, the Ministry of Planning, which holds responsibility.
At the end of it all, I think the athletes would feel very relieved and taking off some of the stress.
To ask you to accept the apologies for the covering for the facility not having arrived on time. It is on
just
its
about
way,
athletes
so it's not
getting
their
their
fault.
baton.
But I guarantee you that next
So
time
quite
you
a
will
few
have
schools in
a
this
major
category.
shelter. The minister spoke to that this morning. So as we look at the start of the 4x200 meters, 4x200 meters, in the girls' junior division, 4x200 meters.
And there's the starting lineup
In lane,
displayed for you.
in lane 1, St. Clair Dakin. In lane 2, Union Island. In lane 3, Georgetown. You are cutting in at the code. Don't get disqualified otherwise. You are cutting in at the codes on the far side. After that, it's a scratch race. In lane 4, Girls High School. In lane 5, Barley. In lane 6, North Union. In lane 7, Thomas Saunders. And in lane 8, Bookament Bay.
So there they are at the starters block. You can see a few athletes just jogging on the spot. They are now at the starters ready. There goes the gun, and they're off for the first leg of this 4x200 meters. As they come around the curve, Union Island is there. So too is Girls High School, Barley Secondary School. That's the Bethel High, Bookament Bay Secondary, rather, as they come inside the street for the first handover. And Girls High School off. So too is Georgetown, Barley. There's Girls High School stretching her way around. Georgetown in the mix. So too is Barley. Union Island is in there and fourth as they race for the third handover. Girls High School still maintaining the lead. And off they go. It's Girls High School. I think that's the second handover. And Georgetown in second. Barley third. Union Island is there. But Girls High School is striding well, extending the lead. Georgetown coming through second. It's Girls High School. Georgetown closing the gap. And there goes the handover. It's Girls High School in the final straight. It's Girls High School with a decent lead as she comes around the bend. Georgetown is powering her way through. The hit for the home stretch. It's Girls High School. This is going to be a Girls High School race. Georgetown is coming through. Barley is fighting through for a second. Girls High School takes it. Georgetown second. Barley third. And that should be North Union. And Union Island, I think, coming through in fifth position. But the Girls High School led from the very outset there, Wallace, and they maintained their lead and came away with it rather easily.
Yes, very, very easy. Comfortable win for Girls High School.
Remember, there's a separation.
So it's a very comfortable win for Girls High School. Georgetown in second, and Barley taking up the third spot. But certainly a very good race there by the Girls High School. And now we're going to have the boys, the junior boys, 4x200 meters.
let you know that we were talking about Carl Lewis a while ago, and he's here to...
So here is the replay. Girls High School coming around the curve. Look at her strides, long legs. And she looks very strong coming into the home stretch. And she's powering away. Georgetown glances over her shoulder, look to see where the third person is. And Girls High School easily going across the line and taking it here in the 4x200 juniors. Georgetown there coming through on second. Barely taking the third position. So this will soon be followed by the junior boys, 200 meters relay. And then we'll go into the intermediates.
And as you know, Charlo, the boys are what we are really eyeing up very strongly, because as we see the girls, it's a foregone
conclusion, definitely. Barely has already have that in the bag. And it's now the tussle among the boys, because there's still that close connection there in terms of the points. Not a very wide gap. So if the St. Martin's, the grammar school can pick up some points, they can easily close the gap on the Barely secondary.
Juniors. In lane 1, Barely. In lane 2, Georgetown. In lane 3, Bethel. In lane 4, St. Martin's. In lane 5, Grammar School. In lane 6, North Union. And in lane 7, Thomas Saunders.
So Marco secondary, St. Joseph Convent Marco out. There's they're in 8, but there's no announcements of St. Joseph Convent in it. Right, so there it is. So no St. Joseph Convent. So at the starters ready. And they're off. First leg in the 4x200 meters junior boys. As they turn around the first curve at the southern end. So it's St. Martin's out front, Bethel is in there, North Union is in close contention, Georgetown is there, Thomas Saunders follow, Barely is behind, and they're off. St. Martin's with a lead. We're going wrong for the second changeover. So it's St. Martin as they go around the curve, hitting for the home stretch to complete that second changeover. It's St. Martin's, it's Bethel, it's Georgetown, it's North Union. Bethel, St. Martin's, away and running. St. Martin, Bethel, Grammar School, North Union, and they're running. You can see that Grammar School boy powering his way through for that handover, but St. Martin's is way ahead. This should be easily taken by St. Martin's as the baton is now passed over, and off he goes. It's all by himself as he goes around the curve. They would have to settle for second and third position, but this is going to be a St. Martin affair. Look at the pace as he breaks into the home stretch. St. Martin all by himself, as if running a solo race, and he hits the race, the finish line. St. Martin's finish via canter. Grammar School comes to second, North Union in third position, Barely fourth, Georgetown fifth, Thomas Saunders I think is fifth, and Bethel in the sixth position. But a tremendous race there by the St. Martin secondary.
Yeah, I knew from the time St. Martin's got that lead. When you look at the depth of their junior boys, it was hard to imagine somebody.
So here we have the replay. As there is St. Martin's all by himself. No contest, no competition. And he just ran away, ran home to victory. Look at the power. Grammar School around the bend really have to settle for second position because there was nowhere that they would catch the St. Martin athlete. Seem to have clocked that in about a 1.45 seconds. And so we would wait to hear the results on that. So we now move into the intermediate, which will be the intermediate 4x4. Good.
400 meters intermediate girls. Followed by the intermediate boys.
All righty, we are here with the relay runner, another familiar face. Tell me how you're feeling.
I'm feeling good.
All righty, lovey. Tell me, before a race, how do you calm your nerves?
I don't really have no nerves.
Ah, so you just hit the track and run and hope for the best. I respect that. All right, congratulations, lovey. All right, we have another race coming up. Let's get straight to it.
Okay, so that's it. And we're now preparing ourselves for the intermediate 4x4 girls. And that will be followed by the intermediate boys. Then the senior girls and boys 4x4 100 meters. That will culminate the track events at the Intersecondary School 2023 Athletics Championship. And I think they would also just have some field events to complete before giving the point standing and the final tally. So here we are, the starters for the 4x4 intermediate girls. You can already see Barley.
You're winding down. 4 more events to go. Can we have the relay legs brought down, please?
Intermediate 4x4 girls. Pettibodale Secondary is there, Georgetown Secondary, Girls High School, Barley Secondary, Tomoka Secondary, Emmanuel High Mespo, Bethel, and Thomas Saunders. Those are the starters for the intermediate 4x4 relay.
The point standing in the male division. In the male division after the last 4x200 meters relay. And the long jump. In third position, St. Martin, 258 points. In fourth position, St. Vincent Grammar School. Also in fourth position, Barley Secondary School.
First position by 2. Grammar School and Barley are on exactly the same number of points, 282 points. In the female division, there is a no contest. Barley is in the 300s, while the others are still just getting to 200. So the anxiety is in the male division. Competitors in the intermediate 4x400 meters. In lane 1, Pettibodale. In lane 2, Georgetown. Lane 3, Girls High School. Lane 4, Barley. Lane 5, Tomoka, Ontario. Lane 6, Emmanuel Mespo. Lane 7, Bethel. And lane 8, Thomas Saunders.
Starter. And that's the start of the 4x4.
All right, ladies, we'll be using the mic on the system. On your marks. Set.
And there they go. On the outside, Thomas Saunders, they will come in first as so far they are in the lead. Chumaka, Ontario, running very, very well. Chumaka, Ontario, making up the staggers on just about everybody at this point. Chumaka, Ontario, looking very good. The others in a spot of bother except for Thomas Saunders on the outside. But it is Chumaka, Ontario on the inside, making up quite some ground as the Thomas Saunders secondary then moves into position at the top of the turn. It is Thomas Saunders secondary on the outside. In the middle we have the Chumaka, Ontario Secondary School. Remember that you're cutting at the cone. Thomas Saunders, Chumaka, Ontario has gone. Georgetown is next. Then Bethel. Then Thomas Saunders.
Saunders seem to be there. So too is Bethel. But it's Chumaka, Ontario Secondary out front, heading into the second changeover. It's Chumaka, Georgetown. Chumaka and Georgetown well ahead of the others as they hit around the curve, looking for the home stretch. Georgetown closing the distance, but Chumaka still maintain the lead as she comes around the curve. Georgetown in second position. Chumaka looks comfortable. It looks like Thomas Saunders in third position. It's Chumaka, Georgetown. Here they go. Chumaka, Georgetown. It looks like Petty Badel in third. So Chumaka is running away with it. They have a good lead as the turnover takes place. They go past us. Chumaka out front by a distance. Chumaka running away. This looks like Chumaka. Chumaka. Georgetown. Is it Thomas Saunders in third position? It's Chumaka. Georgetown a distant second. Yes, Chumaka all by herself. Georgetown in second position with a good distance away from the third place as they come around the bend looking for the home stretch. There is going to have the third handover. Is it? Yes. As Shomoka now passes the baton. And off she goes, way ahead of everybody. Here comes Georgetown Secondary. In second position. She's a distant off. Shomoka, all by herself. Georgetown, looking to power her way around the bend. Trying to catch up, but I don't think it would happen today. Shomoka, running for all her worth. Georgetown, still powering her way through, but she's such a long way off. Shomoka, as she comes around the final curve. It's Shomoka Ontario. Shomoka by herself. The crowd is rising to its feet. They're applauding her. This is Shomoka. Georgetown closing the gap, but I don't think she will catch it. Shomoka goes across the line, takes the first position in goal. Georgetown in second, hitting the silver. And it's Girls High School. It seems as a Girls High School. Is it? Girls High School in the third position. And Pettibodel fourth. Bethel fifth. Thomas Saunders sixth. And Georgetown. And the number 10, sorry, not Emmanuel, hitting in position number 7. So there was Shomoka Ontario really dominating from the very first leg and coming away victorious very, very, very easily there, Wallace.
Yes, and there's always been, from since at the all Leeward Sports, there's always a sort of a rivalry between Barley and
Shomoka.
Going into now what will be the penultimate event.
So this was the 4x4 boys. This is the relay, the replay, and it's Shomoka striding away all by herself as she comes around that final curve.
Let's see what happens here.
And you can see the ease at which she's striding. And Georgetown can see the exhaustion, but still determined and finishing in second position. Carifta, the one who qualified for the Carifta Games. That's certainly a good.
It was not as tight last year, but it was tight enough. The relays decided who would win.
It was a comfortable win for the Shomoka Ontario Secondary School. Tell me how you're feeling.
Good.
You're feeling good? All right. So the only thing I have to ask you is what advice do you have for younger athletes?
Well, my advice to younger athletes is never give up. And never give up. And even though you made the last, you go to the back.
And that is solid advice. Thank you so much. Congratulations on your win. All right. We have the boys relay race up next.
Malik Solomon, Georgetown, please. Relay senior team. We just had a new record.
So there's the starting lineup for the boys intermediate 4x4.
Ontario Secondary School of 4:16:50. Second was Georgetown Secondary, and third, the Girls High School.
This is pressure. But these two last events, male events, two last male events,
would be what the Barley and the grammar school will be eyeing rather closely.
All officials from schools, all technical officials who are working this meet, and who have found schools that are competing for the top honors to refrain.
Okay.
Urge you
Refrain from allowing your emotions and attachments to cloud your judgment for the rest of this event. We have been having some challenges throughout the course of the day. and we would like the games to continue on a fair and unbiased manner. Please, we're asking you to desist.
Runners, on your marks.
Set. Stand up.
And there is St. Martin's. And is it any fault of the athletes? Doesn't sound that way.
All right. On your marks.
Set.
And there they go for the 4x4 intermediate boys.
Intermediate boys. As they go around the bottom turn.
So there we go. Looks like, is it St. Martin? Trying to get the numbers as they go around the curve. Striding away.
Georgetown.
It's
Ontario.
still trying trying to get the numbers as they hit inside the home stretch. St. Martin's in the center. That is it's Emmanuel. Bethel Buddle is there. St. Martin's leading it for the first changeover. Does so now. And St. Martin's away. So it's Grammar School and Barley, it looks like, in a tussle. St. Martin's is still striding away at the front. Grammar School closing the gap. And Barley is there as well. So this is good stride for the changeover. Turn. Hitting into the straight. It's St. Martin's Secondary. Barley. Grammar School. Barley. Looking to ease forward. St. Martin's just holding on. Passes the baton. And off they go. Barley in the lead. It's Barley followed by St. Martin. Grammar School a distant third at the moment. Heading for the second changeover. It's Barley, St. Martin, Barley, St. Martin. As they come around the bend, it's still Barley, St. Martin closing the gap. But Barley maintains the lead. St. Martin is still there in close attendance. Grammar School a distant third as he powers his way through, trying to close the gap. Barley still maintaining the lead. St. Martin, Grammar School, Barley, St. Martin, Grammar School, and that's the second changeover. It's a good tussle here. Barley and St. Martin, Grammar School in third as they run around the bend. It's Barley, followed by St. Martin. Barley, St. Martin, Grammar School. The others are a long way off. It's Barley and St. Martin. Grammar School closing the gap. This is an interesting encounter. Barley still in the lead. Closely followed by St. Martin. Grammar School motoring his way through. Looking to close the gap as they turn. And it's Barley, St. Martin, Grammar School with a surge. But Barley as the crowd erupts. Barley wins it. Grammar School second. St. Martin third. A blistering piece of run by the grammar school athlete. It's really to close the gap. But Barley again coming away victorious. Wonderful run from Barley. And again, the two teams at the top, that tussle between Barley and Grammar School. So let's look at this. This is the replay. Barley, St. Martin is there. Look at that surge from Grammar School. He's pumping. And I think St. Martin's just slowing down a few meters away from the finish. And I think that gave Grammar School the advantage to nip the second place. But there is Barley all by himself. Look at the strides as he crosses the finish line. Yes, there it is. Grammar School in second position. And St. Martin's has to settle for third. So we come down to the final two events on the track. The senior girls 4x4, along with the senior boys 4x4. And this is an interesting encounter. And I think we can see the Prime Minister is in the house. You can see him with the officials there from the Ministry of Education. Principal of the St. Joseph's Convent, Maracua, also in close attendance there. And he's engaged in a conversation. So to his Minister Brewster, I was just informed. And really, well, we know that Frederick Stevens and Curtis King, Honorable Curtis King, they have been here. And so quite a few. There's the Deputy Chief Education Officer, Mr. Dixon Finley. I think I saw Edwin Snag as well earlier on. Former Minister of Tourism, Cecil Mackey. So there are quite a few of the government officials around. So we come to the senior girls 4x4. And that's finishing for the 4x4 meters relay. That's the boys. Point standing.
The point standing with one more relay to go for the boys.
In third position, St. Martin's, 270. In second position, Grammar School, 296. In fourth position, Barley, 300. One event remains for the boys. One event remains. All right, let's go with the girls. Bring the girls, please. Bring the girls, please. Come directly to your lanes.
You have been right on cue.
Yes, man. I know it's very interesting because for Grammar School to win, they will have to finish about 2 or so places above
the Barley secondary. So they would have to come first. Barley had to take the third spot at least. Or third or fourth spot. So here we have the girls for the seniors. So we're going to have the senior girls 4x4. The penultimate track event for the afternoon.
So the teams that we have in this event: P.T. Bedell, J.P. Eustace Memorial, Union Island, Convent Maracua,
North Union, Shomoka, Ontario, Girls High School, Emmanuel Mespo, Bishop's College, Georgetown, Thomas Saunders, George Stevens, Bethel, Convent Kingstown, Barely, and Intermediate High School.
What will transpire? And it's 4x4 girls. Senior girls. Good starting lineup. And they are at the ready. They're off.
And there they go. It's a big bunch, but there's little choice. Barely goes to the lead.
So still early days yet as they go around the southern bend. Coming into the straight on the eastern side.
What I've noticed in this particular race, Chalo, they haven't used
Georgetown.
What they were doing all the rest time, because they were running the first leg and then the first 100 in the second.
Bottom turn, it is Barley and Bethel. Barley and Bethel. Each leg is 400 meters. It is Barley, Bethel. As they come for the first stage over. Barley, Bethel, Georgetown coming on the outside. It is Barley, Bethel. Barley, Georgetown, Bethel. Barley, Georgetown, Bethel. They hand over together. It is Barley, Georgetown, Bethel, North Union, Chumaka, Ontario. Emmanuel Mespo. So it is Barley. Barley, which already has over 300 points in the female division, is Barley, Georgetown, Bethel. Here comes Chumaka, Ontario. Now moving to third position. Chumaka, Ontario, Bethel in fourth, North Union in fifth. As they come around the bottom turn here, it is all Barley. Barley already has the women's department sewn up, and this will give them the championship title for the women for yet another year. It is Barley. If they win this one, they're already champions for 2023. But it is Barley. Here comes Bethel trying to come back at Georgetown. But it is Barley that has taken charge here. Barley, Georgetown, Bethel, Chumaka, Ontario, North Union, Girls High School. That's the way they go around here. 300 meters to go for Barley. Now 250. Georgetown. Bethel making a comeback here. Bethel is closing on Georgetown. Bethel goes past Georgetown now. So it is Barley, Bethel, Georgetown, North Union, Chumaka, Ontario, Girls High School. That's the position as they come for the final changeover. It is Barley, Bethel, Georgetown, North Union making some tracks there to catch Georgetown. But it is Barley making some headway here. It is Barley slowing down. Bethel is coming at her. Barley, Bethel, North Union. The legs are slowing. Barley hands over here. It is Barley, Bethel, North Union. Barley, Bethel, North Union, Chumaka, Ontario, Girls High School, Georgetown. As they go down the back straight, 250 meters for Barley. Bethel trying to do some closing on the gap there, but it is some 40 meters at present. It is Barley, Bethel, North Union, Chumaka, Ontario trying to track on North Union in the back there, but this is all over. It is Barley. We're coming into the home straight with 100 meters left to go. Come on, people, make some noise. This is the penultimate event of the day. It is Barley, Barley is going to win this one and the championships for females. It is Barley winning this one quite easily and winning the championship yet again for the female division. Barley. Then here comes Bethel. North Union trying to see if they can close the gap in the final stages. It is Bethel, North Union, Bethel, North Union, Bethel. Bethel finishes second. North Union is third. Schumacher, Ontario is fourth. Girls High School trying in a battle here with Georgetown. But Georgetown is going to win this one to get ahead in the points ahead of the girls' high school. Well, we wait for the camera. There was some lazing there. He's a doctor, it's all right. All right. And now, ladies and gentlemen, 100 meters relay for men. 4 points. 4 points separate Barley from the grammar school. This is the final event.
So
you could not have wished
the replay.
for more excitement.
And there is
from two
the Barley just simply running away with it. Look at the effort. Look at the expression. And yes, certainly a lead held from the outset, dominating and coming away comfortably and winning it. So Barley Secondary taking the girls division, and so there's the others would have to settle for second and third position, but it was all Barley. And very interesting, the final race of the afternoon on the track. It's going to be a tussle. Who would come out victorious? This is the determinant factor in this, the boys division.
And then you're going to have to hope for some other schools to come in between, you know.
And create that problem.
We could have asked for better
definitely. So here is the finishing. Barley taking it, Bethel second, and North Union third.
All right, we are here with the top 3 positions from the 4x200, 4x4? Thank you. Meter relay race. And that was a tight one. We have first position at the Barley Secondary School, second with a tight pull through with Grammar School, and third position St. Martin's. I just want to know where y'all found that drive from, like what was going through your head. Let's start with you.
One of the things that was going through my head was there's going to be a tight race, but we don't have to give up, and you have to push you.
That's solid, and you pushed through very well. What's up with you?
Well, I'm really tired because, you know, brought a big lead. The only thing I was in my mind was just, I had to bring it back. I just had
to. What about you?
Well, I knew it was going to be a race. At the same time, you have to put in your head that you don't want anyone to beat you. And to put that in your head, you put it to the limit. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose.
All right, now that was a really good race, fellas. Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, let's head on back to the relay.
This will determine the championship in the male division. And Wallace, this stands to be an exciting encounter.
Well, let's hope so. You know, we don't have an anticlimax.
Well, the starters are just getting to their blocks. And very soon, we are going to have this encounter here at the VINCENT National Stadium at Diamond. And you can see the athletes just about closing in.
since in the heat, I was looking at the unit secondary. I think they have been showing
Islands. We want to be sure that every athlete hears the commands of the starter.
Runners, on your marks. Set.
And one would anticipate this would be a pretty fast pace as well. Georgetown already making the mark on that eastern side, but can they maintain this pace? But again, he has the curve. Those on the inner lane will catch up as Georgetown still striding away as he hits the curve on the northern end as they come into that final 100 meters for this, the 400 leg. First 400, it's still Georgetown. Grammar School is there. It's still Georgetown, Grammar School. And here is Chomoka, Ontario coming through. I think here you can see Georgetown just running out of steam. Grammar School now in first position as they start the second leg. Heading for the second changeover. They'll go around the southern bend. Still, no, it's St. Martin. Union Island is there. Grammar School is with it. This is good. Union Island nips ahead. St. Martin is there. Grammar School is also there. And Union Island has St. Martin's to contend with. Chomoka is there. Barley in that fourth position. Grammar School in fifth. But it's Union Island with the lead. So Union Island striding away beautifully. Long legs. St. Martin's is there.
Grammar School has Theo Davis on the final leg. What a race this is going to be. As they come for the final changeover, it is Grammar School just trying to get into position here. Barely trying to struggle back.
Not Union, St. Martin. And Union Island and St. Martin. The blue tops. Union Island striding around that curve. They are known to have a lot of stamina. And he's really powering around. So he's really motoring it along. Grammar School coming through. St. Martin's in a beaten third. It's Union Island. Grammar School. St. Martin seemed to be beaten. Union Island as he hit the home stretch for the third changeover. Grammar School. Barley is there. St. Martin. Chomoka. Grammar School nips the lead. Would hand over the baton first. In fact, it finishes Union Island second. Third. And there is Barley coming in either third or fourth. Grammar School nipping it. So let's wait for the replay. So here is the replay. Look, Union Island out front, but look at this for Grammar School coming round that bend. And this is going to be an interesting point standing. Union Island as he hit for the home stretch. Grammar School powering his way through. Union Island running out of steam. And here is Chumuka Ontario Secondary looking for a third. Grammar School. Grammar School. Grammar School. Grammar School. Grammar School. And he takes it. Union Island Secondary. And Chumuka Ontario Secondary in third. And Barley in the fourth position. So there's the Grammar School relay team in a huddle. So there it is. Grammar School, Union Island, Chumuka Ontario Secondary, Barley in fourth, Bethel High fifth, St. Martin sixth, Bookerman 7, and the post for the camera. Barley would win by 2 points. But certainly a tremendous effort by Grammar School to close the gap. But unfortunately, they will just fall short. And there you get the point standing.
$143. Chumuka Ontario, 156. Georgetown Secondary, 212. Girls High School, second, 228. And the winning female team, Barley, 398 points. Girl guys, we need you by the awards table. Girl guys, we need you by the awards table. The results for the male division. Adelphi, 4 points. Intermediate, 7. Emmanuel Mespo and Sinclair Dakin, 8. St. Joseph Convent Maricoa, 9. J.P. Eustace, 16. Canoan, 20. Bookerman Bay, 27. Sandy Bay, 27. North Union, 35. Western George, 36. Bethel, 57. Union Island, 75. Petey Bedell, 102. Thomas Saunders in 6th position, 104. In 5th position, Georgetown Secondary with 108 points. In 4th position, Chumuka Ontario with 112 points. In 3rd position, St. Martin Secondary, 276 points. In 2nd position, the Barley Secondary School, 310 points. And the winner, coming back, and they're back, St. Vincent Grammar School, 314 points.
Race to call it the day. A very, very exciting 4x400 meters senior boys, which saw our top athlete, Keo Davis of the St. Vincent Grammar School, anchoring Grammar School to goal and to the championship by 2 points. Great performance. And we had a day where we had maybe close to 16 or 17 new records established. And I'm quite sure quite a number of persons may have done their PB. So once again, a very exciting finish to today's proceeding. And we are now going to witness the ceremony, closing ceremony where we'll have all the individual champions and the secondary school champions being awarded. So congratulations to Barley Secondary School for winning the girls division and for the St. Vincent Grammar School for winning the boys division. A great fight by Barley Secondary School as defending champion for the boys division. It augurs well for track and field here in St. Vincent the Grenadines. So from me here now, we are signing out. This is the end of our broadcast. Thank you very much.
Ministerial.
All right, all the athletes to get presents. Lord, we say prayer. Oh my goodness. Really was a present day for true. All right, all the athletes to get medals. Please, please, please. Let's do this quickly. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So if there are principals, you know, we'll go over. All right, so we start with the relays. Junior girls, are they there? Do we have them over there? All right. In third, taking the bronze to Barony Secondary School, 1 minute 57.33 seconds. And we'll ask the principals just to alternate so that you can at least present 2 sets of medals. Taking silver, the Georgetown Secondary School, 1 minute 56.57 seconds. And lowering that time from the heats and setting a new record. Junior girls, the girls' high school, 1 minute 53.89 seconds. So we alternate principals for the junior boys. That was another record-breaking event. In the third, the North Union Secondary School, 1 minute 52.64 seconds. Silver, St. Vincent Grammar School, 1 minute 50.65 seconds. And breaking the record set by the St. Vincent Grammar School last year and putting their names on the record books, the St. Martin's Secondary School, 1 minute 45.34 seconds. And anchoring them was Kevin Williams. And he takes the medals for his team. Another principal again, melee for the intermediate 4x, and that's the end of the 200 meters. We now go to the 4x400 meters intermediates. Girls. All right, third, girls high school, 4 minutes 34.74 seconds. Taking silver, the Georgetown Secondary School, 4 minutes 26.03 seconds. And replacing themselves on the record books, breaking what was set at the heats by the Barley Secondary School, we have the Tuamaka, Ontario Secondary in a new time of 4 minutes 16. We don't have anybody for the... So let's go to the boys intermediate. And a representative for Georgetown and Tuamaka, Ontario, please, so that you can get your medals, please come. It was a record-breaking event, so we would like to have a picture. Thank you. We go to the boys. 404-meter relay intermediate. Third, St. Martin Secondary, 3 minutes 33.80 seconds. In second, taking 3 minutes 33.427, the St. Vincent Grammar School. And setting a new record. 3 minutes 32.69 seconds. The Barley Secondary School, lowering the times from the St. Vincent Grammar School last year. So the 400-meter intermediate, all record-breaking events. And now we go to the senior girls. Third, North Union Secondary in a time of 4.3192 seconds. North Union. Taking the silver, the Bethel High School, 4 minutes 30.66 seconds. And taking top spot, the Barley Secondary School, 4 minutes 17.58 seconds. And the final event on the track, the senior boys 4x400 meters. We saw a display that cannot be erased from our minds. In third, the Tromaka Ontario Secondary School, 3 minutes 32.36 seconds. In second, the Union Island Secondary School, 3 minutes 30.92 seconds. And taking the gold and the top spot for his school, represent for Keo Davis, the St. Vincent Grammar School, 3 minutes 29.41 seconds. And those were the results for the relays. We now go to the long jump intermediate boys. Ethan Isaac, St. Vincent Grammar School, third. 5.6 meters was his jump. Taking silver from the Pittsburgh Secondary School, Daquan Edwards, 5.87 meters. And at 6.53 meters, gold, Javar Cato, Thomas Saunders Secondary School. And the long jump senior girls. In the third, Galen John Babarali Secondary School, 4.72 meters. Second, Amaya Edwards, St. Joseph Convent, Kingston, 4.88 meters. And dominating our field events, Samaya Connell of the Georgetown Secondary School, 5.03 meters. And do we have the intermediate girls? Samaya Connell. She's not there. Oh, she's coming. So can you go back on the podium, please? All right, do we have the intermediate girls top three? They would have wanted, that was a record-breaking event. Can we please have the Tromaka Ontario Secondary? They're there. So for the girls' high school, third, 4.374. The Georgetown Secondary for the silver, 4.2603. And setting a new time, the Tromaka Ontario Secondary School, 4.1650. And she will now claim it for the team. And that brings us to the end of our medal presentation for the events that were the 2023 Inter-Secondary Schools Athletics Championship. I now head back to our presentation announcer, Mr. Cavell Cato.
All right, folks, so we are at the moment, more or less, that you've been waiting for as we come to official. Oh, let me ease back down closer to the sound system because the breeze seems to be blowing the signal away today. So as we get ready to hand out our trophies for the 2023 National Lotteries Authority Inter-Secondary Schools Athletics Championships, we are first off going to begin with the individual awards. The juniors, intermediate, seniors, boys and girls, along with the Victor and Victrix Adora. And then we get into the team trophies. Now, it would help if we had the teams assembled on this side so that we don't have to wait for an athlete to run from far to come over here.
Boy, oh boy, what an
So if we can
exciting
have
day at the
the
Sir
teams
Vincent Beach National Stadium. As you can see, I am surrounded by this year's inter-school champions, the St. Vincent Grammar School. Boys, how are you feeling?
Great, very good. Great.
All right, now Keo, I gotta start with you because Lord have mercy, you are a star. What's up?
Just sad, but happy to be here.
All right, and I think you 1, 2, 3, you guys right here were the last in the relay. What was going through your mind knowing that this was the final race to bring it home for your school?
Well, you just have to have confidence, you know? So we just did our best.
It was pretty mind-blowing.
So we see grammar school and high school making their way with the parallel.
To the finish with a goal.
I felt very nervous, but we had this under control.
All right, well, a big congratulations to you all. Do you want to shout out anybody or?
Well, I had to shout out my coach. Helped me a lot. Shout out Mosi.
Shout out the two coaches I have trained with for the past few weeks. Mr. Ralston Morgan and Mr. Robbie from the Bukumembe Secondary School.
27 points.
Shout out to support
And he is from the Barney Secondary School area.
Shout out to my coach and my family members.
All right. Well, there you have it, folks. The champions are out. I'm Latifah Noel, signing out.
And then we have some lost items. Lord, boy. Anyway, so congratulations to you, Zakisha. We move on now to the intermediate boys champion with a total of 27 points. Coming from the Thomas Saunders Secondary School, your jump champion for 2023, Javar Kato. As he took gold in the triple jump last week, took gold in the high jump with a new record of 1.90 meters, and this afternoon taking gold in the long jump. And as it was said earlier, he'll be on the flight heading to the Carifta Games on the Easter weekend to represent St. Vincent and the Grenadines in both the long jump and high jump. So that's Javar Kato Thomas on the secondary, your intermediate boys champion with 27 points. We say thank you to Senator Peters. For doing the honors of awarding the trophies for the intermediate division. And congratulations to the athletes. As we move on now to the senior category, and we want to invite the Minister of... Now, this is a minister who has so many portfolios that if I try to call all, we're going to be here till next week, Tuesday. So let me just say Minister of National Mobilization, etc. The Honorable Orlando Brewster. He'll do the honors of awarding the senior individual trophies. So we begin first with the senior girls champion with a total of 53 points. Also another athlete heading to the Carifta Games to represent St. Vincent and the Grenadines. This time she'll be doing the heptathlon from the Georgetown Secondary School, Samaya Cornell. So we want to ask our friends there from the St. Vincent Brewery to please stand by. Yes, your moment is fastly approaching. So Samaya Cornell is your senior girls champion from the Georgetown Secondary School. And now we move on to the senior boys champion with a total of 36 points. North Leeward, stand up from the Petty Bodell Secondary School, A.J. Delplash. Of course, A.J. Delplash, as I like to say, is a true representative of a student athlete here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. He has represented St. Vincent and the Grenadines in 4 different disciplines of sports that I know of. Track and field, football, he's played national football, he's played national cricket. He's also a member of the national men's rugby team. Although you would look at A.J. and wonder how he could play rugby, but if you look at the way he runs, you'd know. So A.J. Delplash. And while we have our 2 athletes there, we're going to let them stay right there because we're going to move now into the Victor and Victrix Ladorum Awards. So we'll ask Minister Camilo Gonzalez, Minister of Finance, Information Technology. Not finance, sorry. Okay, sorry, that's Minister of Health, Sinclair Prince. My apologies. We did have a change of that. So I was working off memory. My apologies there, Minister Sinclair, James, Jimmy from Mespo. Once upon a time, TV man like me. So this time around, we'll start with the Victor Lodorum, and that's going to go again to the male athlete accumulating most points. That's 36 points. AJ Delplush, your Victor Lodorum from the Petty Bodell Secondary School. So your senior champion and Victor Lodorum. Congratulations to AJ. And now the award, or as AJ just, the photographers use the opportunity to get their last photos. Of course, we want to thank the members of the media, both the traditional and non-traditional media. You know, social media entities are growing, as we also, so we show the appreciation to both sets. Now we have the award for the Victrix Lodorum, the most points by a female athlete. Again, it goes to Samaya Connell of the Georgetown Secondary School, a total of 53 points. And with that being said, we want to invite the representatives from the St. Vincent Brewery forward. The St. Vincent Brewery came forward this year seeking to make an input and contribution to our sports. They have decided to award the top schools, the top finishing teams, with 3 cases of Vitamalt each, and also to award the athlete who scored the most points overall for the entire sports with a brand new PS5 game console, and that goes to Samaya Connell with 53 points. She scored the most individual points. So this is an award coming from our friends at the St. Vincent Brewery through the Vitamalt brand. We have Miss Kimon Batiste representing Vitamalt to make the presentation of a brand new PS5 game console to the top scoring individual. AJ holding his head. AJ, what you say? Should I win some more races? AJ say, if I didn't know. Congratulations to you, Samaya, and thank you so much to our friends at the St. Vincent Brewery for your kind donation this afternoon. All right, folks, it's time to move into the team categories. Let me find it. So we are going to ask Mr. Anthony Denny, representing the National Lotteries Authority. Well, I see the photographers are just doing some final photo taking outing. Yeah, that's New English. You students, please don't use it in school. You will not pass, trust me. So in the meantime, we're going to invite Mr. Anthony Denny, marketing representative of the National Lotteries Authority. He will come forward and do the 3rd place. And I tell you what we'll do a little different this year is because we have one person who will be doing the 3rd place, 2nd place, and 1st place, we'll do 3rd place in both female and male. All right, so just so that folks understand, just so we don't have to ask the folks to come back. All right, so Ms. Foster, if you get the 3rd place for female and male, there's just one. Okay, just a sec. All right, let me Apologies for the feedback there. All right, so the third place for the female category, in the female category with a total of 140 points, the Georgetown Secondary School. So just to let you know what we have some demo trophies. So demonstration trophies. So the one trophy will be used for both male and females, and we'll get the authentic trophies to the schools at a later date. Of course, situations beyond our control did not permit us having all that was required, but we will, of course, make it up to the schools. So once the photographers are finished, Mr. Denny will take back the trophy and we'll do the presentation to the males. All right, so now third place in the male category, once again to be presented. Hello. Oh, by Mr. Anthony Denny of the National Lotteries Authority. Third place on the male category with a total of 170 points, the St. Martin's Secondary School. We take time out to say much thanks again to the many entities who would have come forward to make our sports possible. And we want to make special mention this year of the rapid response team from OSV, who came forward over the last 2 days, today and yesterday, to provide hamburger meals for our athletes and for our officials. They are a charitable organization who would have done yeoman's work during the volcano relief as well, to provide meals for volunteers in various areas of the country. So we give thanks to OSV, the Rapid Response Team through OSV, the One St. Vincent group. So thank you very much, OSV and the Rapid Response Team. So congratulations to the St. Martin's Secondary on their third place trophy. Thank you, Mr. Denny. We now invite Minister of Education and National Reconciliation, the Honorable Curtis King, to hand over the second place trophies. So second place in the girls category with a total of 144 points, the St. Vincent Girls High School. So GHS going in numbers. Second place for the 2023 National Lotteries Authority Inter-Secondary Schools Athletics Championships. And while we're here, we would have seen numerous athletes falling by the wayside either due to injury or just not being able to keep up with the pace. I want to send a word of advice to the athletes, to those of you athletes who are not regular trainers. This is a word of advice, and coaches will tell you you cannot show up to train just a month before sports and figure that you're going to have improved performances. Training has to be ongoing. So if you want to be serious about your sport, get involved in a training club and start training from early. As a matter of fact, your training for next year's inter-school sports should start during this summer. So the St. Vincent Girls High School, your second place team in the 2023 National Lotteries Authority Inter-Secondary Schools Athletics Championships. We move on now to the boys category. And again, Minister King there to hand over the second place trophy with a total of 200 208 points. Your winners from last year, the Barley Secondary School. Second place this year. It came down to the final event, I can say. In all my years of being involved in sports, it's not many times I would have seen the sports have to wait until the very last event to decide the winner. So that is a feat that you should be proud of, Barley Secondary. Hold your heads high. You made the winners have to work to get their championship this year. It was not just a handover. And I already know that Coach Chester Morgan is already putting things in place in his mind right now to set the foundation to come back next year. So congratulations, Barley Secondary. Thank you very much, Minister King. And now we invite Minister of the Consumer Affairs, Public Service and Sports, the Honorable Frederick Stevenson, to step forward to do the final presentation. And we'd also like to invite our friends from the St. Vincent Brewery as well, because I remember, as was said, they are donating 3 cases of Vitamol to the winning teams, male and female. So your 2022 female champions for the, 2023 National Lotteries Authority female champions for the Inter-Secondary Schools Athletics Championships, amassing a total of 286 points. Baga Central Leeward Secondary, your girls. Wait, hold on. Barley people gone home on. All you quiet, so. Barley, where you there? Barley, where you there? All right, make some noise for your girls. They're your winners. Retaining the girls' title. Of course, they ran away with everything last year, and once again running away with the girls' title this year. Is the St. Vincent Brewery going to do the presentation here? Yes, here she comes. So, all right, Barley girls, hold on, girls. Here comes the representative from the St. Vincent Brewery. This is Miss Kimon Batiste. Decided to donate 3 cases of Vitamalt. To the winning male and female teams. Of course, it's always great to have the corporate entities have an input in sporting development here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. As they say, the more the merrier. This is why we always continue to encourage more and more corporate entities to get involved in the development of sports. Because everything shouldn't and can't be shouldered on any one particular entity. As much and as grateful as we are to all entities. We move on now to the boys division and your boys champions for 2023. Amassing 212 points, winning by a 4-point margin. the St. Vincent Grammar School. The other track bands with a set of keys in it.
Everybody jump.
Let's make a correction to the points. All right. So members of the media, please take note. The positions are still the same. All right. But the points totals for the girls, third place, Georgetown Secondary had 212. 212. Second place, the girls' high school had 228. And your winners, George Barley Secondary, had 398. Now for the boys, St. Martin Secondary had 276. The Barry had 310. And the St. Vincent Grammar School had 314. All right, so I probably got to. All right, Grammar School, Mr. Denny is asking that you can assemble in front of the Lotto play scoreboard, not scoreboard, we call it sideboard, right here, so they can get a photo up behind it, right behind it. All right, so Grammar School,